Part 1. Chapter 1. Beginnings. This man is not a well-born member of a famous house. He's one of many, yet he's a true nobleman. Euripides. Father Seraphim Rose, who has been called the first American-born link to the mind of the ancient Holy Fathers, was born into a typical white, Protestant, middle-class family in a typical California coastal city, San Diego. The name given him at birth was Eugene, which means well-born or noble. Eugene's parents were second-generation immigrants to the United States. Both of his mother's parents came from Norway. John Christian Holbeck, his grandfather, arrived with his family when he was 13. Hilma Hellickson, his grandmother, though born in Norway, was actually Swedish. She was brought to America at age 3. The Holbecks and the Hellicksons settled in the small town of Two Harbors, Minnesota, where John and Hilma grew up, met, and were married in 1896. John worked as a driller in a diamond mine and then tried his hand at farming. He and Hilma had 5 children. Their third child, Esther, born in 1901, was Eugene's mother. Esther was raised on a 40-acre farm that her father had bought at $10 an acre. It was poor land, stump land she used to call it, and she remembered her father using dynamite to get rid of the stumps. John had to augment the income of his growing family by working a night shift in town. Later, he had cows and peddled milk from house to house. The Holbecks had their children baptized and raised them in the Lutheran Church. Great emphasis was placed on education. They sent the oldest son, Jack, to college at great financial sacrifice, and he repaid them after he became established financially. Although only 2 of the Holbecks' children were able to attend college, nearly all their grandchildren and great-grandchildren earned at least one college degree. As a matter of pride, everyone was expected to be successful. John Holbeck was the epitome of the sober, hard-working immigrant. His daunting task of hewing out a living from the land left no room for pastimes. Once, when his daughter Esther returned from a walk in the woods singing and carrying flowers, he immediately looked on this in terms of its practical value. "You can't eat music or flowers," he told her in his heavy Norwegian brogue. Later in life, Esther did take time out to pursue music and to paint, mostly flowers. But the experience of growing up in such a hard-working family gave her a no-nonsense practicality that never left her. She was always concerned with the financial side of things. The man she married, Frank Rose, was of a different stamp. A humble, quiet, agreeable sort of fellow. He was one to take what comes in life. Frank was of French and Dutch stock. On his father's side, he had a French ancestor who had been a soldier in Napoleon's army and had married a Hungarian gypsy. If there was any passionate gypsy blood in the Rose lineage, however, it certainly skipped a generation in the person of Frank. Frank's father, Louis Désiré Rose, had emigrated from France to Canada, and then to the United States, and had opened an ice cream parlor and candy store in Two Harbors. He had a wooden leg, the result of a train accident as a young man. "No one pitied him for this or talked about it," recalls one family member. "It was just something that happened and life went on." Although from a Roman Catholic background, Louis was a confirmed atheist with sympathies toward socialism. He claimed to have read the New Testament before the age of 12, the impressiveness of this claim evidently being intended to lend weight to his atheism. Louis's views on religion, however, did not prevent him from marrying a devout Dutch Roman Catholic, May Vandenboom, whose family had settled in Marquette, Michigan. Louis and May had 4 sons, one of whom drowned at the age of 12. Frank, their second child, was born in 1890. According to his mother's wishes, he served as a Catholic altar boy for several years. May died at the age of 48, when Frank was only 14, but he continued serving in the church for 4 more years. Frank Rose fought for his country in the army during World War I, going to France and returning home as a sergeant. he met Esther Holbeck when she was working at his father's shop, Rose's candy store. She was 11 years younger than he and had just graduated from high school. In 1921, they were married in Two Harbors. Frank tried his hand at the candy and ice cream business, even opening his own store after his father's had closed down. Later, he worked for General Motors, during which time his first child, Eileen, was born. In 1924, when Eileen was 2 years old, Frank and Esther moved to Southern California, away from the bitter Minnesota winters. In San Diego, they opened another candy store, a franchise caramel corn shop, which did good business only when the Navy fleet came into town. They eventually had to close it, and Frank got a steady job as a janitor for the San Diego Park and Recreation Department. His work consisted mostly of taking care of the sports stadium. 2 more children were born to the Rose family in San Diego: Franklin Jr., who was born 4 years after Eileen, and Eugene, who was born another 8 years later. All 3 of the Rose's children were intelligent, good-looking, and above average in height. Eugene Dennis Rose was born on August 13, 1934. This was during the depth of the Depression. The Roses had bought stocks and lost them, and at times they had scarcely enough to eat. Although Eugene was probably too young to remember this period, Eileen recalls the family standing in breadlines. "When there is hardship because of a lack of money," she said, "this is something that is not easily forgotten. Success becomes equated with monetary reward." Esther, already inculcated with the values of hard work and thrift, now became frugal in the extreme. She remained this way throughout her life, even after Eileen and Franklin Jr. were on their own and the family was comfortable financially. She never gave up her practice, learned during the Great Depression, of saving slivers of soap from the household sinks and then boiling them down to make new soap cakes. All of her children were raised with a no-frills attitude toward life. Frank Rose was already in his mid-40s when Eugene was born. Because he was so much younger than his brother and sister, Eugene was raised essentially as an only child. When he was born, his parents called him their extra dividend. When Eugene was only 4 years old, his sister Eileen, then 16, graduated from high school and left to go to business college in Los Angeles. 2 years later, she married, and in subsequent years, she saw her younger brother only infrequently. Before she left home, she would take care of Eugene at home when her parents were working at the caramel corn shop. "I remember him as a happy, lovable child," she later said. Eugene's surviving grandparents moved to San Diego after his parents did. Louis Rose died when Eugene was only 7 years old, but John and Hilma Holbeck lived until he was full grown. In later years, he was given a family heirloom, a grandfather clock which had been given to Louis and May Rose as a wedding present. To the end of his life, Eugene treasured this clock as a link to family tradition, and continued the custom of winding it every night, long after it stopped telling the correct time. Esther, having a decisive, strong-willed personality, was the unchallenged ruler of the Rose household. She had to be on top of all that was happening. Nothing was hidden from her, and to make sure of this, she dug through her children's drawers and read their letters and papers. A strict disciplinarian, she was very demanding of her children, expected them to be perfect, and seldom, if ever, accorded praise. She was from a generation of parents who felt that it was not good to compliment children too much, lest they become conceited. But although she would not praise them to their faces, she would rave about them to her friends and relatives when they were not present. Above all, she would brag about Eugene. "We were not a demonstrative family," Eileen recalls. Even Frank, although he was a very warm and loving man, was embarrassed to display affection. Eileen says that he never kissed her while she was growing up. "Mother was tough when crossed," Eileen says, "and father kept out of harm's way." It seems that Frank had little choice but to be dominated. When Esther expressed her strong opinions, which was not infrequently, Frank listened attentively and generally responded with naught but silence and a smile. He scrupulously avoided conflicts and usually expressed assent by saying, "Betcha." He rarely, if ever, harbored bitterness or ill will toward anyone. Like his father, Eugene responded to his mother's will without complaint. From his father's example, he learned to listen attentively, but silently, to mother. She set the standard for the family, and Eugene did his best to live up to it. He was remembered in the family as the perfect son, the proverbial dutiful child. If there was a favorite child, Eileen recalls, it was Eugene, because he always tried hard to do what was expected and did not cross mother. Eugene was a joy, Esther said in later years. His father thought the sun rose on him. According to his wife, Frank was, quote, satisfied with a little bit. His interest was to be at home with me. He was happy just to be at home and take care of the yard. He was a contented man, having no need of outside interests. He always took a lesser job and never told Eugene what to be in life or pushed him to make money. End quote. Frank was not a practical man, Esther affirmed. He was the intelligentsia, and I was the practical one. Compared with Esther, Frank was an avid reader, going through 2 newspapers a day and faithfully keeping abreast with the magazines U.S. News and World Report, Business Week, and the Wall Street Journal. He did not, however, read many books. Frank's docility, together with Esther's strong-willed personality, made it inevitable that the natural order of the family would be reversed in the Rose home. This was the only unfortunate factor in Eugene's upbringing. Yet, in all fairness, it must be said that Frank was not simply a doormat. If one looked hard enough, one could see hidden strength in him. He displayed that shy, dogged integrity, that deeply loving nature which is embarrassed to express itself, characteristic of the common man who, so the populist books and movies of the period claimed, could become a hero if placed in the right circumstances. In his later years, there would even be times, although few and far between, when he would stand up to his wife, or at least express disagreement with her, especially when he felt this was needed for the sake of his son, Eugene. Eugene would one day remember these rare incidents with gratitude. Like all boys, Eugene looked up to his father. Like many, he took from him his best qualities. Growing up, Eugene emulated his father's practice of never exalting himself. He too, at least when it came to worldly honor and material things, was satisfied with a little bit. Above all, he showed forth his father's quiet integrity. From his mother, Eugene acquired a down-to-earth practicality, a touch of stubbornness, and a clear, concise, lively language which often made use of folksy words and phrases and yet was spoken with perfect articulation. And from both parents he acquired old-time American honesty, integrity, and straightforwardness, which later enabled him to see through various forms of hypocrisy. All these parental influences, both the good and the bad, were not lost on Eugene. Like everyone else, he was a product of his family and social environment, together with innate qualities. But into the midst of this family setting, another unpredictable element was ushered in. It was as if, into an average American family, a true nobleman had been born. In some ways, Eugene was absolutely different from the rest of his family, although during his boyhood and adolescence, this difference was not nearly as apparent as it was later on. At first, it could be seen only in the fact that he was a remarkably thoughtful and quiet child, with a restraint in behavior unusual in boys his age. Eugene was a serious, studious boy from early childhood, his mother has said. He was extraordinarily diligent. His natural genius was first noticed in his ability to grasp things right away, before children of his own age and sometimes before adults. One of his elementary school teachers once said of him, "I feel hurried when he walks into the room. I feel that I have to get right down to business so as not to waste his time." Eugene's reserved and studious nature, however, did not keep him from participating in some of the usual pastimes of American boys, such as playing cowboys and keeping a chart of baseball scores. He became a member of the Cub Scouts, where his den mother happened to be the mother of actor Gregory Peck. When he was 6 years old, he began taking piano lessons, which he continued in college. Between the ages of 10 and 12, he was a traffic patrol officer at his elementary school, a duty which his mother remembered him taking very seriously. Upon graduating from the school, he was given an honorable discharge with the rank of sergeant, just as his father had from the army. Eugene had a great love for nature. During all 3 summers of his junior high school years, he attended courses in zoology at the Junior Summer School of Science, sponsored by the San Diego Society of Natural History. As part of the courses, he was able to study animals firsthand at the famous San Diego Zoo. Living near the ocean, he had a special interest in marine life and kept preserved octopuses and other sea creatures in his closet. He also had a small butterfly collection. A fascination with the night sky inspired him to paint his bedroom ceiling with stars, all in their proper places. On Friday evenings, he and his father would walk together to the neighborhood library. This was a weekly ritual, their night out. Eugene would come home loaded with books. During summers, he took part in the library's Vacation Reading Club. Eugene began reading the works of Charles Dickens at a young age. He especially loved the Pickwick Papers, the book that had once brought Dickinson overnight fame. His mother later remembered him laughing out loud while reading it. When it came time for him to go to sleep, she would barge into his room and turn off the light. Later, she would be awakened by the sound of giggling. Returning to her son's room to see what was going on, she would discover him under the blankets with a flashlight, continuing to read the book. Eugene had a little dog named Ditto. Ditto was not too smart, but it was Eugene's own creature, and he had exceptional love for it. He would thoughtfully look into its eyes. When Ditto was run over by a car, Eugene cried inconsolably. This was his first encounter with death. Others thought his reaction was exaggerated. Someone said, "It's unnatural to love a dog like that. A dog." Together, with his uncommonly loving nature, the young Eugene had a strong religious inclination. His mother, a church-going Protestant Christian, was the one to encourage this interest. His father had dropped out of the Catholic Church at age 18. No one talked about this, and no one knew why. Although Frank Rose was not like his father in being anti-religious, Frank was not anti-anything for that matter, he never showed any incentive to going to church. In later years, he attended a Protestant church, but according to Esther, this was only to please her. As children, Eileen remembers, we went with Mother to various Lutheran, Baptist, Methodist, and Presbyterian churches, where Mother always sang in the choir. We usually changed churches because she had some disagreement with the minister. As a young boy, Eugene went to a Bible class at a Presbyterian church near his home. He often surprised his parents with his knowledge of the scriptures, which he quoted to them from memory. According to his mother, the Old Testament books of Esther and Samuel left a deep impression on him. When he was in the 8th grade, he went, entirely on his own initiative, to be baptized and confirmed as a Christian in a Methodist church. In high school, Eugene ceased to pursue an interest in religion. Eugene was not religious at all, recalls his best friend from that period, Walter Pomeroy. To compensate for this lack of religion, he zealously sought knowledge in science and mathematics, biology, algebra, trigonometry, etc. We went to high school at a time when science was expected to save the world, Walter explains. Most of the people who were preparing for college were planning to become scientists, physicists, engineers, or medical doctors. San Diego High was an ethnically diverse school, with the majority of its students coming from families of a lower middle-class income. The college prep students formed a relatively small percentage of the student body. These intellectual achievers were in the same clubs and took the same courses in the pre-college curriculum together, but within their ranks was a clear social division. The main group of them, by far the larger, was composed of students from wealthy families from the good part of town. The smaller group was composed of 6 or 7 boys from middle to lower middle class families, 3 of whom were Jewish and 1 of whom was of Mexican descent. Eugene and Walter belonged to the latter group. The members of the wealthy group were active in student government, seeking election as class officers, and made up the membership of the school's social clubs of the pre-fraternity sorority type. Although they were friendly to other students, after all, says Walter, you were a vote, they generally kept their own company. They were the social elite of the campus. The smaller group was united by a common interest in music, literature, and art. During lunch breaks, the boys would discuss books they had read or the works of classical music they loved. They never listened to the pop music of their era. We were hardly aware that such a thing existed, Walter recalls. Although Eugene and some of the others had athletic ability and received A's in gym class, they did not try out for team sports. Walter said, "We were what today would be called the nerds." The students in Eugene's group were very well read and culturally advanced for their age. Walter felt privileged to be part of the group and to learn from it, since he had been exposed to relatively little culture prior to high school. The Jewish boys had been raised on classical music and had some strong opinions on the subject. They especially praised Mozart, Beethoven, and Brahms, but had no use for the modern composers. Walter, on the other hand, preferred the moderns, and so he would enter into debate with the others on the relative worth of, for example, Debussy and Brahms. Where did Eugene stand in these discussions? He was more attracted to the distinctly classical than to the modern composers, Walter says, but he listened to everything and gave it all a chance. He was slow to pass judgment. Eugene's favorite piece of music at this time was an aria in the last act of Puccini's Tosca, in which the hero, about to be executed, writes a letter to his beloved, beginning with the words, "And the stars were shining." Eugene especially liked the recording of this aria sung by Ferruccio Tagliavini. We listened to it many times, Walter says, and rhapsodized about how great we thought it was. When the group of friends argued over intellectual matters, Eugene was not wont to express his own opinion. Mostly, he would examine things, Walter says, and if you made a blunder in your argument, he'd be quick to show it. The most quiet and introspective among us, he was more likely to be a commentator than an agitator. Eugene studied intensely in high school, burning the midnight oil, as his mother said. Once, Esther told him, "At the rate you're studying, you'll be a very smart man someday." "I don't want to be smart," he said. "I want to be wise." With his native intelligence, Eugene could have received B's without doing anything, Walter attests, but he worked harder than anyone I ever knew. He was so incredibly thorough in everything he put his hands to. When we were assigned a science report, he would cover all the ends of the subject. He had an analytical way of looking at things. His slowness in passing judgment was especially helpful in chemistry, because he would carefully look at all of the parts of an experiment before forming a conclusion. In the words of Eugene's nephew, Mike Scott, who was only 7 years his junior, quote, "Eugene was phenomenal academically. He was off the scale. Sometimes his class marks were so high above those of the other students that he had to be given the only A. At the same time, however, he continued to exhibit the qualities of his father. His mother recalled him saying, 'Don't let anyone think you're important.'" Sally Scott, Eugene's niece, remembers the following about him. "He was always Uncle Jeanie to me. He was quiet and very much the scholar. He was ever the teacher, ever patient, and even as a youth he had a certain inner composure which set him apart. As a boy, that difference may have caused him some grief until he found his true home. I remember one incident that involved books. At family dinners on holidays, Jean would join the group for dinner and retire to his room and studies immediately after. I have a love of books myself, and one day he found me in his room reading his books. I was perhaps 9 or 10 years old and a bit frightened at being caught. He asked me which books I liked best. There were 2, A Dog Named Chips and Charlie by Albert Payson Terhune. He then presented a challenge. If I could memorize the titles and author's full name by my next visit, the books would be mine to keep. I read them many times over the years, and I have read them to my daughters. I still have the books. Together with Walter, Eugene was a member of the high school German club, chemistry club, and chess club. In the German club and German class, he was called by the German version of his name, Eugen. Walter began to refer to Eugene in this way outside of class, associating the sound of Eugen with the name of the famous Russian narrative poem by Pushkin and the opera by Tchaikovsky, Eugen Onegin, Eugene Onegin. Eugene was to carry this nickname beyond his high school years. When writing to friends in college, he would sign his name Eugen and occasionally use the transliterated form, Oign. In high school, Eugene demonstrated a remarkable facility in languages, learning not only German but also French and Spanish. By the time he graduated, he was writing original poems in German. He also excelled in mathematics, which Walter attributes to the fact that this discipline, in addition to requiring an analytical mind, involves a great deal of introspection. Eugene's math teacher hoped he would pursue a career in this field and championed him as a student worthy of receiving college scholarships. Eugene's English teacher, Mr. Baskerville, also took an interest in him and his future. According to Walter, Baskerville encouraged a free artistic lifestyle. He enjoyed music and had a great love for Spanish Romantic poetry. Among other things, he introduced Eugene to the American nature poet Robinson Jeffers, a man who protested against society and its wars at a time when it was very unfashionable to do so. During his high school years, Eugene read Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, but, as he later said, he did not fully understand or appreciate the depth of Dostoevsky at that time. Eugene had no time for trivia, his mother has said. The senseless diversions of high school students, as well as the pomp of high school ceremonies, were a source of absolute boredom to him. Mike Scott remembers being amazed that Eugene had no desire to learn to drive, let alone own a car, at a time when great peer pressure was attached to having a driver's license. Eugene felt that even his friend Walter was not serious enough and objected to him carousing and running around at night like a butterfly. When it came time for the high school graduation exercises and celebrations, with all the proud parents and pageantry, Eugene did not want to be bothered with the standard renting of a tuxedo. Eugene did, however, take part in the production of the school play that was performed during the commencement. Along with 12 other students, under the supervision of a teacher, he helped to write the play, acted in it, and was in charge of the tickets. The play, entitled Grown a Little Taller, was written with the aim of pleasing the students' parents and relatives who comprised the audience. Expressing the American dream that was still prevalent in the early 1950s, it upheld the ideals of family, religion, within reason, economic and career advancement, responsibility and hard work, together with humanitarian service in the spirit of Albert Schweitzer. Eugene graduated from San Diego High School in June of 1952. He was ranked at the top of his class. In his high school yearbook, his fellow students wrote notes such as, "Eugene the genius, lots of luck, and don't give Einstein too much competition." He received a number of scholarships, the largest being the $4,000 George F. Baker Scholarship, which he was given thanks to the enthusiastic endorsement of his math teacher. When he received this award, he did not make a big show of it. His mother, having found out about the award, elatedly asked him, "Where's the letter?" "In the drawer," he replied calmly. Remembering this and similar incidents, his mother once said of him, "I never saw such a modest boy." He even returned the smaller scholarships he received, explaining this by saying, "I've had enough." At this time, Eugene had no definite ideas about a future career, no plans beyond a decision to enter Pomona College in Southern California. His math teacher was later disappointed when Eugene did not major in mathematics. Eugene could have succeeded in anything, Walter says, but he did not have anything to pour himself into. He needed something to be passionate about. San Diego was filled with canyons, parts of which were overgrown with trees, brush, and grasses. Near the Roses' modest suburban home was one such ravine, locally called Juniper Canyon. Through this canyon, Eugene often took long walks alone, studying nature, or, when at night, gazing up into the starry realm above the trees. What he thought about during these hours of solitude is unknown. Judging from the turns his life was soon to take, however, it could be that these long walks were bound up not only with thinking, but also with traces of suffering. Father Paul Florensky, the great Russian scientist and martyr, once said, quote, "The fate of greatness is suffering from the external world, and inward suffering that comes from oneself. So it was, so it is, and so it shall be." End quote. Eugene was soon to enter into that unnamed inward suffering, which was the consequence of his being set apart from the world around him. Since his mind enabled him to understand things far ahead of others, he was plagued with boredom with the common things he had already experienced and understood. He had a longing for more. He wanted to go on, but to where? There was on him that stamp of nobility which made him incapable of finding fulfillment in lower material things, the things of this earth. Eugene had deep eyes, Walter recalls. You didn't want to look into them because they would burn into you. It was as if he was attempting to see into the heart of the matter always. He always seemed to me like a tea kettle that was about to blow out steam. You knew something was boiling in there. You waited for him to blow his stack, but he never did. He was always calm, observing things, waiting to do something with what he was soaking up. Eugene had become a thinker, a lover of wisdom who required an answer to the question, why? And whatever that answer was, he had to experience and live it. This much he knew, or rather felt, even then. And it was this which would determine the course of his life up until his very death. Chapter 2: Seeds of Rebellion. The errors of great men are more fruitful than the truths of little men. Friedrich Nietzsche. In the autumn of 1952, Eugene entered Pomona College in Southern California and moved into a dormitory room there. By this time, Eugene, at 6'2", had grown into a tall, slim, well-formed man. He was of fair complexion, with a strong jawline, a perfect set of white teeth, a long and rather unusually sculptured nose, a high forehead, and thick brown hair which he combed straight back. The most prominent and intriguing aspect of his appearance was his large, thoughtful, penetrating blue eyes. He usually wore a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Together with Stanford, Pomona was considered the best of California's private colleges. It was also regarded as one of the top small liberal arts colleges in the country. Like Harvard, it had been founded by the Congregationalist Protestants of New England. Known as the Oxford of the Orange Grove, it was modeled on the Oxford system of independent associated colleges. Many of Pomona's professors were from Ivy League colleges. Some were Rhodes Scholars. Since there was one professor to every 10 students, much individual attention could be given, but the competition was high. For every applicant the college admitted, it had turned down 3 others. With its Congregationalist background, Pomona was still a center of conservative values when Eugene went there. In these prosperous post-war years, the atmosphere was quiet and complacent. Ivy-covered buildings, rows of pepper and eucalyptus trees, and grassy commons were set beneath clear skies amidst a warm, languid Mediterranean climate. The nearby town had only a few thousand people. As at any small American college at this time, the students attached tremendous importance to popularity. Everyone knew who was popular and who was not. Those students who were picked by the college authorities as the most likely to succeed were called ghosts, symbols of dedication and rectitude who served as backseat advisors to bumbling freshmen. As one student of the time has observed, it was every man's dream to be a ghost and every girl's dream to marry a ghost. Most of the ghosts were also nappies, members of the Nu Alpha Phi, the most prestigious of the school fraternities. As in high school, it was also very fashionable to have wheels and cruise around. Among the social activities of the popular crowd were dances, beach parties, ski parties, and especially football games. Before each game, there were pep rallies around a bonfire on the football field, at which time the favorite college song was chanted. Drumbeat, 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 drumbeat. Drumbeats rolled o'er the silence profound, far above Pomoho-na, above Pomoho-na. Chanting braves, making echoes resound, far above Pomoho-na, above Pomoho-na. Other big events surrounded the initiation of freshmen, including a sizing up ceremony for women and a wild mud-hole fight between freshmen and sophomores. Yeah, we had that at my school too. To the 18-year-old Eugene, all these activities, all these hankerings after popularity and success were matters of total indifference. If this was indeed real life, he was growing more and more disgusted with it. Although he continued to exhibit the same reserved dignity and thoughtful personality of his younger days, a passion was beginning to rise inside of him. Everything fell away before his first objective, to find out for himself why he existed in the first place, to know, to understand reality in the highest sense. For answers to his ultimate questions, Eugene naturally used his greatest asset, his intellect. He began to make a serious study of Western philosophy, taking several courses in the philosophy department. One of his instructors was Frederick Sontag, a tough, demanding professor who had become something of a legend around Pomona. At the end of his freshman year, Eugene wrote a paper outlining the philosophical conclusions which he, relying only on his logical mind, his knowledge of science and mathematics, and a little help from the superbrain of Spinoza, had come to. In this paper, titled God and Man, Their Relationship, Eugene stated, quote, "Universe is my term for God. It is an improvement over the latter term, I believe, for it far more readily conveys the impersonal, unified concept I wish to present. All science points to the existence of the universe, the totality of all things. Nothing in science points to the existence of a God removed from the universe. For the present time, since I have not yet developed my own theory of knowledge, I assume, for convenience's sake, that I can gain knowledge, as certain as can be obtained, through science. Therefore, I believe in the findings of science that point to the existence of the universe. I reject the concept of an independent God for insufficient evidence." End quote. This was all that Eugene's empirical reason could attain to. Even Spinoza's brain could not do much better. As for his purpose of life, Eugene wrote, "Man's only purpose in life is existing, and existing happily. Man should live for his happiness, accepting times when he is not happy merely as passages to higher times. His love of the universe will tide him over to better times." By this time, as such statements reveal, Eugene had completely rejected the Protestant Christianity of his formative years. He had begun to hate the complacent, prosaic, consumer-oriented middle-class culture in which he had been raised. Its idea of God, he felt, was shallow and provincial, not worthy of one who aspires to the highest reaches of the intellect. Its religion was just an unquestioning acceptance of facile answers by people who were afraid or actually unable to look deeper into the nature of things. To Eugene, Protestantism represented the status quo, people living for this world and enjoying earthly happiness while embellishing, justifying, and making more tolerable their everyday existence by resorting to the religious side of their life. Since he inwardly felt different from the status quo, he knew he could never squeeze himself into the parameters of the Protestant American worldview with its ideal of family bliss. He could not accept the accepted answers. He wanted to escape, but for lack of a place to escape to, he was left only to rebel. At the same time, his soul, whether he knew it or not, was seeking something more spiritual than Spinoza's dry intellectualism. Young idealists who are rebelling against the Christianity of their childhood, who can accept nothing above the rational and yet are seeking something else to satisfy their spiritual needs, are apt to hear the call of a number of different siren voices. In his search through Western philosophy, Eugene was drawn to one of the most compelling of these, the wild, prophetic voice of Friedrich Nietzsche. At some point while in college, he read Nietzsche's Thus Spake Zarathustra in the original German and was overwhelmed by it. Eugene had several things in common with Nietzsche. Both he and Nietzsche were seekers of noble ideals, involved in an intense and passionate inquiry into ultimate questions. Both of them had been born into the religious atmosphere of Protestantism, which promised to give them everything their souls needed, yet could not. Both were introverted, felt isolated from their fellow man, and underwent inward suffering which others could not comprehend. And both detested standardization, domestication, and the herd mentality of which they regarded Protestant Christianity to be an example. Many years after leaving college, Eugene was to describe Nietzsche's rebellion against Christianity as follows, quote, "He was of a very romantic temperament, and he was very open to all kinds of higher ideas. In his youth, he was a Protestant seminary student, and came to hate Christianity because he saw in it the principle of weakness. This, of course, was true because Luther had taken out of Christianity the idea of ascetic struggle and left it something very weak, which does not satisfy either the mind or the heart. Nietzsche could see no one who was struggling, no great ascetics, no heroes of Christianity, and from this he concluded that the whole of Christianity was a monstrous farce, a deception practiced upon humanity which does not satisfy the reason that wants truth, and which is full of superstition. Nietzsche was full of the idea that one can know only what is rational, and therefore he rejected everything above the rational. On the one hand, he saw that Christianity says nothing to the heart because it becomes so watered down that it is feeble. He saw it simply as a way of keeping people quiet and satisfied with their lot, and he said that was for the herds. Continuing, Nietzsche himself was filled with the highest natural instincts for nobility and struggle. He was a great student of Greek literature. One of his first books talks about the Dionysian element in Greece. Until his time, people regarded Greece as the home of the classical tradition of Apollo, but he said no, that Greece was also filled with striving, with romantic feeling, which he symbolized by Dionysius. And this was what he wanted, to be like Dionysius, constantly striving, struggling for something higher." End quote. Eugene had a desire to share in such struggle and striving, which, although he did not know it then, was actually a desire for the ascesis denied him by Protestantism. Nietzsche's striving, together with his rejection of Christianity, led him to develop the idea of the Superman. Man, Nietzsche said, is small and weak. He is only temporary. He must be overcome, and the Superman must supersede him. In later years, Eugene was to make the comment that the answer to Nietzsche is Saint Anthony the Great, who did overcome mankind, his own human nature, and was like an angel on earth. At this time, however, Eugene had no real exposure to the lofty aspect of Christian asceticism. Nietzsche, Eugene once said, wrote some lovely poems about the dark side of life, deep midnight, loneliness, etc. Here he was speaking of such poems as Night Song, in which Zarathustra gives voice to his feelings, quote, "Night has come, now all fountains speak more loudly, and my soul too is a fountain. Something unappeased, unappeasable is within me. It longs to find expression. A craving for love is within me. Alas, ice is all around me. My hand is burned by the icy. Night has come. Alas, that I must be light, and thirst for the nocturnal, and loneliness." End quote. During the unhappy period of his early manhood, Eugene must have identified with precisely such dark, terrible, and excruciating longings of the soul. Insanity marked the last 12 years of Nietzsche's life, during which time he was unable to write anything. Although it is widely believed that this madness came upon him rather suddenly, some astute writers have recognized its gradual development throughout his literary career. Nietzsche's mad ideas were the logical outcome of the proud philosophy of the German idealists and even of Spinoza, which, in denying or attenuating the reality of God, led eventually to self-worship, absurdity, and nihilism. Nietzsche, the mad prophet, bellowed out, like the pagan dragon of Wagner, poetical fire of the new religion of the Superman, the Antichrist. And however mad this religion might have been, it made more sense to the young Eugene than what he regarded as the spineless Christianity of his age. Chapter 3. The Nonconformists. God often isolates those whom he chooses, so that we have nowhere to turn except to him, and then he reveals himself to us. Quote from Allison, a character who will be revealed in this chapter. Eugene had begun his philosophic search by repudiating the very thing he was seeking. At the deepest level, he was being driven to find God, but he would have to go full circle before unexpectedly returning upon that from which he was running. Young people like Eugene, being at an age of acute self-consciousness and spiritual hunger, are apt to fall into despair at not finding fulfillment in the material world, and to be, in the words of the young poet John Keats, half in love with easeful death. Although Eugene had hardly started out in life, he already had a longing to leave this world behind. In the midst of his doubt and confusion, there was only one person to whom he began to open his inner world. This was a young woman, a freshman like himself, named Allison Harris. In November of 1952, Eugene went to a concert at the Bridges Auditorium on the college campus. The gray winter sky was darkening as he climbed the steps and walked under the lofty archway. The building was at that time the largest auditorium in California, with tall Grecian pillars in front, over which the names of great composers were chiseled. The music, Schumann's piano concerto, was particularly stirring. After the concert, as Eugene was walking down the aisle, he was greeted by an acquaintance named Dirk Van Noys. Beside Dirk was his date Allison. Eugene had seen Allison before in a class they had together, the history of Western civilization, but he hadn't met her until now. Allison was at once intrigued with Eugene. She liked the dignified way he carried himself. She thought he was handsome, but what especially struck her was the strange, melancholy depth of his eyes. After Dirk made the introductions, he asked Eugene to have coffee with him and Allison. Eugene accepted Dirk's offer, and the three of them stepped out into the cold night air. They went nearby to the Sugar Bowl, a small, inexpensive cafe run by two quiet ladies. As they warmed themselves with the coffee, they spoke of how the music that night had moved them. After that fateful night in November, Dirk, Eugene, and Allison and others began to go to the Sugar Bowl to study. They formed a group of friends made up of the nonconformists of the campus who were interested in things other than popularity and success. As with Eugene's group of friends in high school, this new group was united by a common love for art, music, and literature. Like Eugene, Allison was a quiet person and deeply lonely. She had come from an artistic family, her mother having been an opera singer and her uncle a screenwriter. At the tender age of 18, she had already experienced much pain in her life. There were periods in her past too horrible to remember. She could recall nothing before the age of 8. Having been driven into a shell by the overpowering and sometimes ruthless personality of her egotistical mother, she was terribly shy around others. She tried to take after her saintly grandmother. By the time Eugene met her, she had become a devout Christian, having been converted largely through the poetry of T.S. Eliot. With her thin body and face, her sharply outlined features, and her shoulder-length dark blonde hair, people said she looked just like the actress Lauren Bacall. She herself, however, disliked this actress and wanted to be more like Jennifer Jones, who had made her screen debut at Allison's age, playing Saint Bernadette of Lourdes. Dirk Van Noy, who insisted that his name be pronounced Dirk, was an unusual young man. Gifted with a brilliant mind, he had started college when he was but 16 years old. He had a great knowledge of music and went on to become a professional writer. For a while, he was receiving D and F grades for his English composition papers simply because his spelling was atrocious. When Allison began editing his papers, changing nothing at all except the spelling, he instantly received A's. He came from a wealthy family which never pushed him to be anything. One Thanksgiving vacation, the group of friends went to stay at his parents' large home in Berkeley. The most gregarious of the group, Dirk had a good sense of humor and a special talent for giving people nicknames. His own girlfriend he called Straw-Headed Thing. Eugene, however, retained the nickname he had received in high school. All of his friends called him Eugen, and he even signed his letters to Alice in this way. Another member of the group was Albert Carter, a history major. Very mature for his age, Albert was even-tempered, always sympathetic and understanding of others, and ready to listen. He went on to get his PhD at Princeton and teach English in a university. Among the young women in the group was Lee Van Deventer, who later married Albert and, like him, was a very compassionate person. Remembered as a lively conversationalist, she was majoring in comparative literature and later became a schoolteacher. There was also Claire Isaacs, an earthy, outspoken drama major who took on the role of the mother of the group. Though not religious, Claire was very proud of her Jewish heritage. The group also had a music major, Lawrence McGilvery. A modern, sophisticated young man pursuing a wide interest in the arts, he later became an independent publisher and purveyor of art books. Also in the group was John Zeigel, a postulant for the priesthood in the Anglican Church. Highly educated for his age, John had studied Latin for 4 years at a boys' school run by the Episcopal Order of the Holy Cross. He had a beautiful singing voice, and at night would chant his prayers in Latin out of the Roman Catholic service book. He loved the high art of the Western Church, its Gregorian chant, and its ancient ceremony. According to his fellow Anglican Allison, however, he had not yet found true joy or peace in his faith, and was still trying to come to grips with it. He majored in classics at Pomona, and like Albert, went on to become an English professor. Of all the students in the group, the one that Eugene most admired was a Japanese-American named Kaizo Kubo. Kaizo was 24 years old, considerably older than the others, being a transfer student to Pomona. Although he was not of the popular crowd, he was one of the most widely respected students on campus due to his integrity and honor in dealing with people. After Pearl Harbor, when Kaizo was only 14, he and his family had been evacuated with many other Japanese Americans to a restriction camp and relocation center. "I don't bear any grudge against America," he used to say. "If the Japanese had been in the Americans' shoes, they would have been much crueler." His family was poor. Both his parents worked as day laborers, packing fruit and picking tomatoes under the hot sun. In 1950, soon after his father died, he entered Reedley Junior College in the San Joaquin Valley. In his junior year, he transferred to Pomona as a history major, having been given a full tuition grant. In his senior year, to pay for his room and board, he got a job as a resident assistant in one of the dormitories. Like Eugene, Kaizo was a loner, emotionally reserved and inscrutable, but when he spoke, he did so with simplicity and intensity. He never fully became part of the group of friends and seemed to feel himself an outsider wherever he was, which Albert attributed to his early experience of being sent to the relocation center. He did, however, spend a lot of time with Eugene. Eugene's college friends remember Eugene as having been very genial, and their relationships with him marked by a certain dignity. They remember his understated wit, his ability to see things differently and make observations on life which were the reverse of the usual ones, observations which at times made his friends roll with laughter. All the male friends mention his remarkable athletic ability. He was enormously strong, Dirk says. Whenever the group would get together to play games in the quadrangle, volleyball, baseball, etc., Eugene would throw himself into the match with enthusiasm and outstrip them all, so that they would consider it a misfortune to be placed on the opposing team. Notwithstanding such camaraderie, Eugene was remembered by his friends as being enigmatic. The others noticed that he often took long walks alone at night, brooding for hours on end. His hair, John says, would often hang disheveled over his eyes, giving him an almost manic appearance. Not until many years later, however, did the people in the group, save for Allison, understand what depths of loneliness, bitterness, and desperation lay within their retiring friend. As some of them would later say, "We never knew him." As said above, There was no one in the world but Allison to whom Eugene was able to disclose his soul and reveal his pain. Allison remembers well one evening in 1954 when he told her things about himself that he said he never told anyone else in his life. His friendship with her was and remained a platonic one, yet Allison was later to regard it as deeper than any other relationship she ever had, even while married. Their kinship had nothing to do with common interests. In many ways, Eugene and Allison were very unlike each other. While Eugene was a Nietzschean unbeliever, Allison was a church-going Christian. While he was moved by ideas and usually required time to make a decision, she was moved by feelings and was much more impulsive. And while he was poring over philosophy, she was poring over romantic classics, her favorite novelist being Emily Bronte. Nevertheless, says Allison, we understood each other. Both of us were people who found it very difficult to be understood by others. We were both solitary and uncomfortable around others. We didn't feel much need to explain ourselves to each other. We always seemed to understand without any explanation. We did not have to put on a mask or justify ourselves to each other. During the summer between his freshman and sophomore years, Eugene worked at a bookstore in San Francisco. His high school teacher, Mr. Baskerville, was a friend of the store's owners and recommended Eugene for the job. While working in San Francisco, Eugene stayed for 3 months at the Hôtel de France, a boarding house where everyone spoke French and ate European cuisine. When he returned to Pomona for his second year, Eugene was assigned a roommate who was a math major. According to John, quote, this young man was constantly studying math problems, hardly ever cracked a smile, and had virtually no sense of humor. Eugene did not get along with him at all. They were totally mismatched roommates. It is interesting to observe that this roommate was precisely the kind of college student that Eugene's high school math teacher might have expected Eugene to become. As John has said, however, once Eugene found philosophy, everything changed for him. After the first semester of his sophomore year, Eugene was anxious to escape the dormitories and so rented an inexpensive room with a private entrance built onto someone's house. Like Kaizo, he had to earn money during his student years to pay his rent. Besides the Sugar Bowl, Eugene's room became the main meeting place for his group of friends. One of the group's acts of nonconformity was to stay at the meetings long past the 10 o'clock curfew at the dormitories. Although such acts were hardly what one would call revolutionary, the group did evoke some antagonism on the campus. In the fall of 1953, Lawrence McGilvery recalls, a politically minded classmate campaigned for election and won as men's senior class president on the platform of getting the nonconformists. We innocents surely were his chief targets, with our undefined aspirations and our passionate conversations in the Sugar Bowl and our midnight revels, at least once or twice, in the Greek theater out in the Wash. At Eugene's place, the group would stay up all night, listening to classical music and talking, in Allison's words, about great things. Mostly we talked about the meaning of life, Allison recalls, though some of the others who were there merely recall talking about books, music, painting, and sculpture. When the subject would turn to the question of God, John would sometimes start complaining about how he would have to give up women to be a priest. According to Allison, he believed that the best priests were celibate, and he wanted to let everyone know what a sacrifice he would be making. At most of these meetings, Eugene would remain characteristically silent, taking it all in carefully. He genuinely appreciated the company and the intellectual forum, but there were times when he felt that all this talk about the meaning of life was becoming just that, talk. He wanted to do something, even if he didn't know what it was. When he did take part in the discussion, it was often by way of challenging John's ideas about God. Eugene was an iconoclast, John recalls. He would deliberately say things to shock us and then would watch our reaction. Sometimes he would break his silence and right in the middle of a discussion come out with a statement that would reduce everyone to speechlessness. Chapter 4. The Search for Reality. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Edgar Allan Poe. In his study of philosophy, it did not take Eugene long to recognize the limits of discursive reasoning. The flimsy answers he had given to the questions of existence in his essay, God and Man, Their Relationship, probably did not fully convince him even at the time he wrote them. He was not at all impressed with the rationalists whose works he read in his philosophy classes, nor was he convinced by the arguments of Hume, the skeptic who overthrew the rationalists' belief in reason only to rely on a lower faculty, quote, common sense. In an essay on Hume's philosophy, Eugene had one word to say about it. It is common. It fairly reeks with commonness. In affirming the common, he denies the uncommon. What then of the subtler human experiences, in art, in religion, in any field where there must be some degree of imagination, of a vision above the common? Eugene also found little to be gained from the philosophy of Schopenhauer. In an essay titled Schopenhauer, System, Comment, he wrote, "We do not accept Schopenhauer's pessimism, not because we have had a more commanding vision, but because Schopenhauer does not speak to us as one who knows, as one who has truly had a vision of the nature of things." In later years, Eugene recalled, "I was an undergraduate, looking for some kind of truth in philosophy and not finding it. I was very bored with Western philosophy." Even Nietzsche, though one could never accuse him of being boring, could do scarcely more than fuel Eugene's inward rebellion against society. It was inevitable that Eugene's search again enter the sphere of religion. "Why does a person study religion?" Eugene asked toward the end of his life. "There are many incidental reasons, but there is only one reason if a person is really in earnest. In a word, it is to come into contact with reality, to find a reality deeper than the everyday reality that so quickly changes, rots away, and leaves nothing behind and offers no lasting happiness to the human soul. Every religion that is sincere tries to open up contact with this reality." In November of 1953, during Eugene's sophomore year, Pomona was visited by a fascinating and extremely intelligent Englishman, who was later to become one of the most popular spiritual leaders of the young generation, Dr. Alan W. Watts. Watts had been an Anglican priest in the 1940s, during which time he had become known as an exciting and progressive theologian. In his book, Behold the Spirit, for which he was awarded a master's degree, he had declared that church religion is spiritually dead and needs to be replaced by, quote, an interior, spiritual, and mystical understanding of the old traditional body of wisdom, some conscious experience of being at one with reality itself, end quote. Reviews of this book were rapturous. One Roman Catholic writer, F.S.C. Northrop, noted, quote, "I regard the book as one of the best, in fact, the only first-rate book in recent years in the field of religion. It gets to the fundamental problem. It honestly sees the weaknesses of contemporary Protestantism, and it attempts to diagnose and cure the evil in the only way a cure can be effected, namely, by a doctrine with content at the basic metaphysical level. It goes further than this, recognizing contributions from Oriental religion which simply are not present in contemporary Western religion. More than this, it shows how the traditional Western doctrine of the Incarnation and the Atonement can be reconciled with the intuitive religion of the Orient, such as that of Zen Buddhism. These are exceedingly important and outstanding achievements." End quote. An Episcopal reviewer, Canon Bernard Iddings Bell, wrote that Watts's book would prove to be one of the half-dozen most significant books on religion published in the 20th century. In 1950, however, in the wake of a public controversy, Watts was forced to leave the priesthood and then left the Anglican Church altogether. A year later, he found a teaching position in the newly formed American Academy of Asian Studies in San Francisco, and in 1953 he became its dean. He was now wearing the hat of Orientalist with a specialty in the study of Zen Buddhism. As we have seen, the early 1950s was in general a time of intellectual and spiritual complacency. Despite the fact that the United States had just ended its 7-year occupation of post-war Japan, Zen Buddhism was all but unknown in the West, studied by only a handful of writers and poets of the pre-Beatnik era. But the pendulum was beginning to swing the other way, and Alan Watts was one of the first to sense the change in the air and run with it. John, who knew about Watts through the Anglican Church, told the other Pomona nonconformists that they should definitely come and hear this man speak. 5 of them, John, Dirk, Albert, Lawrence, and Eugene, attended the talk that Watts gave in one of Pomona's lecture halls. Watts surprised his young listeners by telling them that the whole structure of Western thought that they had been studying was completely wrong-headed. Western man, he said, has long been used to looking at reality in a conceptual, indirect way, always knowing about it, but never really knowing it. Once you think about something, make it into a symbol or a moral lesson, then you've lost it. The world of thought uses symbols and words to represent real things, and thus is not the same as reality itself. The secret of life is to stop thinking about it and just experience it. This is what Zen is all about. It is not a philosophy, but simply the way things are. As he said this, Watts lifted a glass of water that had been placed on the table before him. Quote, "It's not looking at this glass of water and defining it," he said, "but," and with this he poured the water out onto the stage. As Eugene recalled later, this moment was very dramatic. Watts was an enormously persuasive speaker, Albert says. We were all much impressed. Besides being witty, provocative, and entertaining, Watts was also very well read and called the students' attention to many little-known holy men, sages, and writers. As Eugene and his friends left the lecture hall, they spoke animatedly of how Watts's ideas had sparked their interest. Only Eugene, however, was not content to leave it at that. A new, unexpected avenue had been opened to him in his search, one that seemed to cut through everything that he had found so boring. If the purpose of religion was to open up reality to the seeker, then Zen, it appeared to him, went straight to the heart of the matter. In an essay for an English course in May of 1954, Eugene wrote, "Being direct, Zen has no sacred books, dogmas, rituals, or concepts of God, the soul, heaven. All of these are superfluous accoutrements, tending too often to come between the individual and his enlightenment rather than helping him to it. Zen may be said to be the very crystallization of Far Eastern civilization." End quote. It was perhaps inevitable that a young unbeliever like Eugene would be drawn to Zen Buddhism, which required no belief in or devotion to a personal God, and which, in fact, required belief in nothing outside one's empirical experience. Zen, he perceived, had more intellectual depth than the Protestantism he had rejected. It had a definite and challenging practice that would require some degree of renunciation as well as considerable physical and mental effort, the ascesis he was looking for, and it had a line of tradition dating back a full millennium before the Protestant Reformation. Moreover, it was different from middle-class American semi-Christian suburbia. To grasp a world outlook that was exotic and completely foreign to his own was a challenge for his mind. Finally, Zen practice had the possibility of enlightenment, a sudden awakening to reality. According to Buddhist teaching, the material world, the world of sense, is only an illusion, as is any idea of self. To Eugene, who felt himself a stranger to the world around him, an awakening out of this illusion would be nothing less than El Dorado. Although its non-devotional practice was clearly centered in the mind rather than the heart, Zen aimed at an elemental experience beyond logic and rationality. One arrives, Eugene wrote in another essay, at this universal knowledge through no method. It does not proceed, like discursive knowledge, step by step, a piece at a time, but is present directly and entirely in one timeless instant. It is an awakening, a realization of an always existing state of affairs. Hence, it cannot be sought nor attained, but only prepared for. End quote. Death was attractive to Eugene as a means of escaping his tormenting feelings of separateness, but was not Buddhist enlightenment a much more hopeful death? Nirvana, he wrote, is the cessation of clinging, the blowing out of the flame of craving. It is a death, a being finished both in the sense of ended and of perfected. With the cessation of craving, misery ends. Chapter 5. Behind the Mask. Oh, the mind has mountains, cliffs of fall, frightful, sheer, no man fathomed. Gerard Manley Hopkins. The aspect of Eugene that his friends Dirk and Albert found most phenomenal was his aptitude for languages. In his freshman and sophomore years of college, Eugene continued to perfect his knowledge of German and French, and then in his junior year he went on to take Mandarin Chinese. There was a young woman in his Chinese class, Albert relates, who had come from the Chinese community in San Francisco and spoke the Cantonese dialect. After a year of the class, she said that if you closed your eyes when Eugene spoke, you couldn't tell that he wasn't Chinese. She was very embarrassed because he was better at it than she was, and it was her language. He could intuit and visualize the Chinese character graphs, and maintained that they looked like what they were supposed to represent, though none of the rest of us could see it. Eugene now resolved to earn his bachelor's degree in Oriental languages. This decision stemmed, of course, from his new interest in Zen and Eastern thought, but Albert also attributed it to the fact that Eugene, having so easily mastered European languages, was looking for a challenge. At that time, Pomona was the second largest collection of Chinese texts in the country, the largest being at the University of California, Berkeley. But since the Chinese department was very small, most of it remained on the shelves unused. Because of the low student-teacher ratio at Pomona, almost every student had a professor who personally looked after his or her educational formation. Eugene's main patron was his Chinese language and history instructor, Shu Yi Chen, with whom he conducted a friendly correspondence for a few years after graduating. Also due to his interest in Zen, Eugene took up the art of archery. According to Albert, his athletic ability combined with his power of concentration made him a wonderful bowman. Although he avoided the popular social functions on campus, Eugene did take part in college productions of classical plays. He played the character of Ajax in a school performance of the Greek play by Sophocles. So profoundly did this play move him that, as he later confessed, he wept during the final scene when Ajax dies. He also acted in a French-language production of a play by Molière. At Pomona at the time, there were some students who went on to become famous. Together with Allison, Eugene was acquainted with Frank Capra Jr., the son of the great Christian film director. Allison remembers Frank Jr., who went on to make movies of his own, as a very pious Roman Catholic boy. Actor Richard Chamberlain was also a student at Pomona in the same class year as Eugene, and Chris Christopherson was a year behind. Eugene worked as a reader for Ved Mehta, a talented blind student from India who later became one of the new generation of writers for the New Yorker magazine. Ved's acclaimed books were to include a biography of Gandhi and several volumes of his own memoirs. For a short time, Ved had been a roommate of John's, but Eugene had been introduced to him by Kaizo, Ved's best friend at Pomona. I felt very lucky to have Gene as a reader, Ved writes in his memoirs. His own work was so well organized that he seemed to have plenty of time to give to me, and he read with such clarity that I almost had the illusion that he was explaining things." End quote. Although both Eugene and Ved were serious students, both being elected members of the honorary scholarly society Phi Beta Kappa, they were, in other respects, exact opposites. Ved, who had come to the New World 4 years earlier, longed to fit into American life. As he later admitted in his memoirs, he was ashamed of Indian culture and religion at this time, and revered things Western. He yearned to be in the popular crowd, to have the most sought-after girl, to be in the most socially desirable fraternity, to be a ghost, to be part of the car culture of Southern California. These were precisely the things which, as we have seen, Eugene detested. Having become sick of American life, he had already turned to the East. Along with Eugene, however, Ved shared a great admiration for the noble Kaizo Kubo. Kaizo, Ved acknowledged, pursued knowledge for its own sake, while he himself succeeded academically because he concentrated on results. Any thoughtful person would have been drawn to Kaizo, Ved recalls. He had poise and dignity, he was sincere and cheerful, and had a persevering nature. At the end of Eugene's junior year, tragedy struck his group of friends. The year before, at the advice of professors and friends, Kaizo had become a graduate student in history. He felt guilty about this, thinking that, after getting his bachelor's degree, he should have immediately gone for a teaching credential so as to support his family. He worried that his widowed mother had to go on working to support his education. Fruit packing is seasonal employment, he said, so most of her income comes from working in the onion fields. I hate to see her pulling onions day after day. She's such a frail old woman. When the time approached for Kaizo to turn in his master's degree thesis, his worries increased. The topic he had chosen had proven too big for him, and the professor who had always supported him and helped him was then on sabbatical. He knew he would never meet the deadline. His strong Japanese sense of honor tormented him. The thought of his mother working in the fields, and he felt he had failed his filial duty. Being such a loner, however, he kept the extremity of his depression to himself. In the evening of May 2nd, 1955, the due date for his unfinished thesis, Kaizo put on several layers of clothing and got into bed. He put 2 pillows against his chest and stomach and fired twice at his heart with a pistol. Though muffled by the clothes and pillows, the shots were clearly heard by the student in the next dormitory room. The student ran to Kaizo's room and found him lying in the doorway, murmuring, "I shot myself. This is the way it should be." News of Kaizo's suicide hit Eugene hard. It came as a tremendous shock to everyone, but, as Eugene's group of friends recalled, no one was as profoundly saddened by it as Eugene. Kaizo was a person very similar to Eugene, a noble soul whom, in his own unspoken way, Eugene loved. Life had continued as usual under a fragile veneer of normality, and suddenly Kaizo was gone, to a state which Eugene thought might, in fact, be preferable to his present one. Having also heard about Kaizo's death, Allison was sitting with friends at a booth in the Sugar Bowl. Eugene walked in and sat down alone at the counter. Allison went up to him and looked at him expectantly, but he said nothing. Finally, after brooding a long time, he concluded, staring off into space, "Each of us wears a mask, and no one knows what's behind it." He rose up, and Allison followed. For miles, he walked with her, not saying a word. Chapter 6. Pursued by God. I walked in darkness and in slippery places, and sought thee abroad out of myself, and found not the God of my heart, and had come into the depths of the sea, and distrusted and despaired of ever finding the truth. This is from the Confessions of Blessed Augustine, and there's a note on this saying that this and the other lead quotations from Augustine as chapter headings were underlined by Eugene in later years in his own copy of the Confessions. And there's another quote. "You must picture me, night after night, feeling, whenever my mind lifted for a second from my work, the steady, unrelenting approach of him whom I desired not to meet." C.S. Lewis. Long silences were not uncommon for Eugene. His relationship with Allison was such that they did not feel they needed to be always talking when together. We spent hours studying the stars, Allison recalls. He pointed out to me the constellations, knowing them all from memory. He was fascinated by ants, birds. She remembers how he once lay down on the sidewalk to watch the ants while she looked on. He had a deep love for the sea, she says. We watched the sea and sat in silence for many hours. He loved the night and walking. He told me many of his feelings. He was pretty desperate, actually. He told me he was suicidal. He felt there was no place for him anywhere, no one who understood him. He felt that life was futile. He was, in our college years, contemptuous of people, but he was also afraid of them. He felt rejected by people, especially his family, and in fact, they did reject him through lack of understanding. I never saw anybody who could concentrate as much as Eugene could. He just shut everything else out. He wasn't an outward emotional type like I was, but inside he was very, very passionate. I mean that not in a worldly sense, but in a spiritual sense. He was an all-or-nothing kind of person. He never did anything halfway, and I think that's why his family didn't understand him. I also felt there was no place for me in the world. I suppose I was the only one who knew how he felt, and vice versa. Being estranged even from his own parents whom he loved, Eugene felt like one born out of place, out of time. Allison remembers his dislike for modern civilization, and especially for the products of technological progress. Quote, he didn't like automobiles, electricity, clocks, she says. He didn't even like doctors and hospitals, end quote. Following in the steps of T.S. Eliot, Allison had become a member of the Anglican Church and considered herself an Anglo-Catholic. In my youth, I was very opinionated, she says. I told him he shouldn't judge Christianity by what he saw in people who practiced it in various and sundry strange ways. I felt that his interest in Zen was a college fad and not to be taken seriously. Repeating Nietzsche's well-known phrase, Eugene told Allison that he believed God was dead. Note: Nietzsche used this phrase, but it was used originally by the anti-revolutionary Roman Catholic writer Joseph de Maistre in the wake of the French Revolution. He also believed that there was a God, says Allison, but that God had been put into a box by people. People believed their idea of God, that they had invented, and not the reality of God. Eugene was very bitter at times. I think he felt there was something wrong with him and that he could never find God, so he substituted studying for direct apprehension of truth and tried to withdraw from life and hide. For an understanding of Eugene's idea of God at this time, we must look at one of the earlier scholarly books of Alan Watts, The Supreme Identity, an essay on Oriental metaphysics and the Christian religion. This was Eugene's favorite of all Watts' works. In it, Watts posits that modern Christianity is ineffective in leading man to an awareness of his true nature and the reality of God. What, in the West, is called God is actually, according to Watts, the transpersonal ground of man's consciousness, man's true capital S self. At the end of The Supreme Identity, Watts discusses the ways of realizing this capital S self, stating that the way of Zen is more suited to modern culture than the devotional practices of Christianity. It so happens that Watts had apostatized from the same Anglo-Catholic or High Anglican branch of the Anglican Church to which Allison belonged. Watts's Christian writings had even been in the tract rack at Allison's church until Watts had left the faith, at which time Allison's priest had thrown them out. Needless to say, Allison had scant respect for Watts. She told Eugene that, quote, Zen was a lot of nonsense, and that Christianity, more specifically Catholic Christianity, was the only truth worth having, end quote. Eugene would become irritated when Allison would criticize Zen, and he would sometimes laugh out loud at her attempts to convert him to Christianity. Nevertheless, he asked her many questions about the differences between Protestantism and Catholicism. As an Anglo-Catholic, Allison did not have a high opinion of Protestantism, and at the same time considered the Church of Rome to be in great error because of the papacy. As part of her attempt to convert Eugene, Allison had told him to read Dostoevsky's novel The Brothers Karamazov. She has said, trying to show him that there was another side to God that he did not realize. He could not have helped but notice that Dostoevsky was dealing with exactly the same philosophical issues as was Nietzsche, and just as powerfully, only from a Christian point of view. Nietzsche's statement, "There is no God, therefore everything is permitted," was only an echo of Ivan Karamazov's almost identical words written by Dostoevsky in Russian 3 years earlier. Nietzsche, in fact, called Dostoevsky the most profound psychologist in world literature. Although Eugene argued with Allison, there can be no doubt that he had some admiration for her youthful convictions and her degree of faith to which he himself could not attain. Despite their opposing views, there was a spiritual longing that the two of them had in common. With his other friends, he shared intellectual pursuits, but not that deeper longing, and thus they could never understand the deeper part of him. With the exception of John, who was still struggling with his faith, all of Eugene's other friends in the group of nonconformists thought that Christianity was only for children, and for people without full intellectual capacity. Eugene shared their rejection of the Christian faith, and yet it was not to his fellow skeptics in the group that Eugene opened his soul, but to Allison, the one believing Christian. Many years later, when Eugene said that Allison had understood him, she took this as the highest compliment possible. Eugene felt pity for Allison, as for one who was unhappy like himself. Those long, silent walks they took together were a kind of sharing of each other's pain, and a balm that helped soothe it. The love that he felt for her did influence his spiritual development, though the changes wrought through her became apparent only years later. Allison remembers the happy moments that shone against the somber background of their relationship. "Once we were walking by a park at night," she recalls, "and we saw that the sprinklers were on. I loved to run through sprinklers, so I went over the fence and ran. Eugene laughed. He was always very amused when I did silly things. He, however, never did things like that. He was dignified." There may have been some justification for Allison's accusation that Eugene was only playing with Zen. She recalls that he threw out his alarm clock and his aspirin, two of his needs which were scorned by Zen. As a result of this renunciation, Allison had to give him aspirin, knock on his door to wake him up, and tell him when to go to class. Zen helped Eugene in a negative way, says Allison. He went into it with the idea of finding knowledge of himself, and what he found was that he was a sinner. In other words, it awakened him to the fact that he needed something, but provided no real answers. Eugene himself, toward the end of his life, had this to say about Zen when someone asked him about the origin of the concept of an impersonal deity, i.e., the capital S self that Watts wrote about. Quote, that concept comes from people who don't want to meet the personal God, because he definitely requires things of one. I think that in many cases when people say they have this experience, it's some kind of illusion, some kind of wishful thinking. This is very much helped by the feeling of Zen meditation in which you quiet yourself down. And if you haven't got anything really deep inside of you that wants to come out, you can get yourself into some quiet state and think you've met God or whatever you're looking for. It's a kind of spiritual immaturity. But I think that if there's anything passionate inside of you, finally, you'll go crazy and break the bonds. End quote. This may be seen as a description of Eugene himself during his years at Pomona. He was one of those who did have something passionate inside. It may even be said that he never truly ceased believing in the reality of Jesus Christ, but that in rebelling against the forms of Christianity with which he had personally come into contact, his mind was trying to convince his heart that he did not believe. Or, as Dostoevsky would ironically put it, quote, if he was to find out that he believed in God, then he would believe in him. But since he did not know that he believed in him, then he did not believe in him. End quote. Allison was witness to incidents which indicated how Eugene was going crazy and trying to break the bonds, without really knowing how to do so. She recalls the night when Eugene and John's argument about God came to a head. John, Eugene, Allison, and a few others had gone to the top of Mount Baldy, another local meeting place for the group of friends. Everyone became drunk with wine except Allison. John was crying and ranting about how he had to give up women for God, Allison recalls, and Eugene became totally disgusted with the whole scene. Then something unexpected happened. Eugene stood up and began shouting at John. "There is no God," he bellowed. "Your God is a fable. If there was a God, he wouldn't torment his followers. You believe that God is having fun sticking pins in people? Such a God does not exist." In his drunken rage, Eugene proceeded to pour wine over John's head, saying, "I'm John the Baptist." Then raising a fist to heaven from the top of the mountain, he cursed God and dared him to damn him to hell. "See? Nothing happened," he cried, looking at the distraught Allison with wild eyes. The others took this as some kind of joke, but Allison could see in it Eugene's horrible struggle with God. In his despair, it seemed worth being damned forever by God's wrath, if only he could empirically know that God existed, rather than remain in a stagnant state of indifference. If God did damn him to hell, at least then he would, for that blissful instant, feel God's touch and know for sure that he was reachable. Today's St. Thomas Sunday. Allison was to see other such manifestations of the torment and spiritual void within Eugene. He would drink out of despair, she says. "I never knew anyone who could drink so much. He would drink until he would throw up and would weep inconsolably." Again, only Allison saw this. As far as his other friends knew, Eugene was only drinking for, quote, recreation. Sometimes Eugene would read the words of Nietzsche while intoxicated, and he would feel stronger. Strangely enough, these words would also have an effect opposite to what their author had intended. In sharing Nietzsche's rebellion, Eugene sensed that Nietzsche, as well as himself, was not just rebelling against an idea or an obsolete belief system designed for the herd. The rebellion was much too passionate, too elemental, too personal for that. Nietzsche was fighting against something real, something neither he nor Eugene could escape. Although Eugene was the most openly atheistic of all her peers at Pomona, Allison recognized him as being also the most spiritual. Even when he was an atheist, she says, he gave it his all. Atheism, Eugene wrote in later years, true existential atheism, burning with hatred of a seemingly unjust or unmerciful God, is a spiritual state. It is a real attempt to grapple with the true God, whose ways are so inexplicable even to the most believing of men, and it has more than once been known to end in a blinding vision of him whom the real atheist truly seeks. It is Christ who works in these souls. Nietzsche, in calling himself Antichrist, proved thereby his intense hunger for Christ. Chapter 7. World, Good Night. Whithersoever the soul of man turns itself, unless toward thee, it is riveted upon sorrows, yea, though it is riveted upon things beautiful. The Confessions of Blessed Augustine. If it is true that Dostoevsky gave Eugene orthodoxy, then it was Bach who gave him Christ. That's a quote from Allison. Just as Zen, in spite of itself, had indirectly reminded Eugene of what his soul truly needed, so had Nietzsche. But there was another influence that reminded him directly: music. Music, as the fathers of the church teach, is the language closest to the soul. Eugene did not read as much as he listened to music, writes Allison. In 1954, he took her to a performance of the Russian opera Boris Godunov by Mussorgsky. which intrigued him by showing another foreign aspect of Christianity, and which made him comment, "I thought the Germans were deep, but it seems the Russians are much deeper." Nevertheless, it was the German composer Johann Sebastian Bach who was to be the pivotal composer in Eugene's life. "The music we listened to was almost all Bach," Allison continues. "Our friend Albert Carter loved Bach. He introduced both Eugene and me to him. There were about 10 of us who used to sit up all night and listen to Bach. Eugene especially liked the Mass in B minor, the St. John Passion, the St. Matthew Passion, the Magnificat, the cantatas, and the Christmas oratorio. At first he loved the music, then the words took over his mind. The words which Bach used were directly from the Gospels and other scriptures, so it was hearing the words of the Bible set to music that had the most profound influence on him. One Bach cantata in particular, number 82, helped to change Eugene's life. It was called Ich habe genug, I have enough, and it dealt with the subject of death. Composed for one voice and orchestra, it was written for the Feast of the Meeting of the Lord. A note commonly known in the West as the Feast of the Purification of the Virgin Mary. It was written for the Feast of the Meeting of the Lord when the Christ child is presented in the temple, and Saint Simeon greets him and his mother, telling the Lord that he is now ready to die. What Bach created was a stirring expression of man's longing for the heavenly realm, to go beyond this vale of tears. The baritone sings 3 arias, addressing his own soul to the accompaniment of simple, compunctious melodies of sublime beauty. The first is a sigh of relief that the end of life approaches. I have enough. I have received the Savior, the hope of the faithful. In my yearning arms, I have enough. I have seen him. My faith has embraced Jesus, and today I would gladly leave this world. My only hope is that Jesus shall be mine and I his. I cling to him in faith, and like Simeon, I already see the joy of that other life. Let us join him. If the Lord would only deliver me from the chains of my human form, if only the time for my departure were here, with joy would I say to the world, I have enough. In the second part, the music becomes calm and gentle, like a lullaby, and the soul is moved to shut its eyes on life forever. Quote, Slumber now, weary eyes, close softly and peacefully. World, I stay here no longer. I renounce thee that my spirit may thrive. Here all is misery, but there I shall behold sweet peace, perfect repose. End quote. A fervent plea is then voiced. My God, when wilt thou call me in peace to join thee, to lie in the cool earth and rest there in thee? End quote. The soul dies to the world and bids it farewell. World, good night. The melody ceases, and only the low drone of an organ is heard, representing the passage of death. In the third part, the soul, freed of earthly attachments, leaps out of the body and into eternity. The music reflects lightness, freedom, and rapture of a soaring bird. I rejoice in my death. Ich habe genug was loved by Allison as well as by Eugene. When she would go to see him, she would ask him to play it. Eventually, this became a sort of tradition with them, and he would always play it before she would go home. He would not, however, play it if anyone else was in the room. When it would be time for her to leave, he would get up and every time would say the same phrase, Wouldn't you like to hear some music before you go? Oblivious to what she would say, he would pick up that very record and ask which side she would like to hear, and again, regardless of what she would say, he would put on the side with Ich habe genug. Then he would sink deep into his armchair, not looking around or speaking. He would play it over and over. When Allison would rise to go, he would say nothing and remain silently listening. For hours he would sit without moving, contemplating what had been revealed to him through the cantata, which said something so deep that nothing else in his life seemed to matter. As we have seen, the reality of death strongly affected Eugene. He too had had enough of life in this world, and he longed for something else. In some sense, he had, in his suffering, already died to the world, and the music of Bach hinted at another world beyond death, which was as yet terra incognita to him. This was not just beautiful music composed by an extremely refined genius. Rather, it had obviously been written by a man who had experienced God and the immortality of his own soul, and who used the language of music to describe this experience. Allison believes that Bach played the greatest part in eventually bringing Eugene back to faith in God. "I'm sure of it," she says, because it actually tormented him. The God of contemporary Christianity, which he found boring and unconvincing, was of course dead to him irrevocably. He could never go back to that. But what of Bach, that 18th century Lutheran? Eugene could not so easily dismiss what that music was saying directly to his soul. Thus it was that it tormented him. He would get drunk, Allison recalls, and would lie on the floor, pounding it with his fists, screaming at God to leave him alone. In Dostoevsky's The Possessed, there is a Nietzsche-like character named Kirillov, who wages a one-man war against the idea of God, and another character, Pyotr Verkovensky, makes the insightful comment that Kirillov, in his consuming desire to prove God does not exist, shows that he, quote, believes perhaps more thoroughly than any priest. When one thinks of the young Eugene pounding on the floor in despair, one is reminded of this same comment. Here was a man for whom the question of God was ultimately the only thing that mattered, whether he existed or not. For, however much his mind may have taken refuge in a rationally concocted, impersonal, capital S self, his heart told him that, without a personal God, life was futile indeed. Chapter 8. The Taste of Hell. For it was my sin that not in him, but in his creatures, myself and others, I sought for pleasures, sublimities, truths, and so fell headlong into sorrows, confusions, and errors. I wandered, O my God, too much astray from thee, my stay, in these days of my youth, and I became to myself a barren land. From the Confessions of Blessed Augustine. If I go down into Hades, thou art present there. From Psalm 138, according to the Septuagint numbering. In 1955, while still a student at Pomona, Eugene attended the summer school of the aforementioned American Academy of Asian Studies in San Francisco. He took a course taught by Alan Watts, Comparative Religions, East and West, and also a course in Oriental calligraphy taught by a Japanese Zen priest. For lodging, he once more rented a room for the summer at the Hotel de France. Founded in 1951, the Academy of Asian Studies was located in a large mansion in the luxurious Pacific Heights area of San Francisco, overlooking the Golden Gate Bridge and the hills of Marin County. A graduate school affiliated with the College of the Pacific, California's oldest institution of higher learning, it offered master's and doctor's degrees in Far Eastern, Southeastern, Near Eastern, and North African studies. The courses concentrated on the religion, philosophy, psychology, arts, and social institutions of Asia, and provided instruction in its classical languages, Sanskrit, Hindi, Chinese, including Mandarin and Cantonese, Arabic, and Japanese. At the time Eugene went there, it had a dozen distinguished instructors from all over the world and fewer than 100 students. According to the ideas of its original financial backers, the Academy was set up as a cultural information service at the graduate level. Its purpose, as noted in the San Francisco Chronicle, was, quote, to provide practical training for the leaders in government, education, politics, industry, foreign trade, and social service, end quote. Sounds a bit like Spook City, But the Academy's founder, Professor Frederick Spiegelberg of Stanford University, together with its dean Alan Watts, much of its faculty, had no real interest in this idea of a training center for future businessmen and ambassadors. In Watts's words, quote, "We were concerned with the practical transformation of human consciousness, with the actual living out of the Hindu, Buddhist, and Taoist ways on the level of high mysticism. In retrospect, one can see that the Academy of Asian Studies was a transitional institution emerging from the failure of universities and churches to satisfy important spiritual needs." Watts continues, "By and large, our students wanted no more than to get by in the world of supposedly practical affairs. They had no ambitions for working with the Department of State, and still less for making fortunes in the Far East. They might, in a one-eyed way, be thinking that a PhD would be useful in getting a teaching position, as a reasonably interesting way of supplying bread and butter, but the other eye was on something else, the thing variously called moksha, bodhi, kaivalya, or satori in the Asian religions." End quote. The Academy offered a program of public information separate from the graduate studies, conducted by means of public lectures, conferences, performances of Asian music, and art exhibitions. Averaging about 3 per week, the public lectures were given both by resident faculty and by visiting speakers, including the renowned authority on Zen, Dr. Daisetsu T. Suzuki. Through this program, the Academy began to attract the progressive intelligentsia of San Francisco, poets, artists, writers, and students. In the center of all the activity was the Academy's dean, Alan Watts, who, although he was less grounded in any Eastern tradition than the other instructors, could speak more eloquently, captivatingly, and convincingly than any of them. Already he was a local celebrity in the San Francisco Bay Area. As one of his biographers stated, quote, "No one could expound the mysteries of the East and make them more mysterious, yet let the people believe they had almost reached the brink of understanding. No one in the world could do it as well as Watts." End quote. It had been the presence of Alan Watts, of course, that had drawn Eugene to the Academy in the first place. For the summer course he took in 1955, he said that he used Watts's The Supreme Identity as one of his textbooks in writing his term paper. At that time, in addition to taking classes from Watts, he practiced Zen meditation with him and 3 others once a week. Back at Pomona, to complete his bachelor's degree, Eugene wrote to Watts requesting his recommendation for a scholarship program for his future graduate studies. Watts wrote back advising him to make his program much more specific and recommending his own academy as one of the 5 places where Eugene could make a really profitable study of either Chinese philosophy or Far Eastern Buddhism. Watts apologized for not having sent Eugene's course transcript earlier and said that to do all that is necessary for my work here would require the 10 arms of Shiva, and I have but 2. Eugene graduated magna cum laude from Pomona in 1956 and subsequently enrolled in the Academy of Asian Studies as a full-time student. He rented an apartment in San Francisco together with another student of the Academy, John Gregerson. In San Francisco, Eugene sought to find a place for himself on the outskirts of the society he had rejected. He began to estrange himself from the status quo, from what he saw as the dullness of the contemporary mob. Through his associations with the Academy, he naturally fell in with the intellectual elite of the city and began to take on its affectations. He saved his limited funds to go with friends to gourmet and exotic restaurants and became a connoisseur of fine wines. Occasionally, he smoked expensive Balkan Sobrani cigarettes, which according to Alan Watts were the best cigarettes imaginable. As much as possible, he would attend operas, concerts of classical music, art exhibits, and theater productions of both the classical and avant-garde genres, and would compare and discuss these with others of the literati. In some of his letters, he took on the spontaneous writing style of the new progressive writers, with rambling sentences and no regard for grammar and capitalization. As he later confessed, all this did not come from himself, from what was truly inside. I was only mimicking, he said. The progressive intelligentsia which Eugene had entered saw itself as a highly cultured set. As one of his friends from those days has written, quote, "From this distance and in these cruel times we may look like so many butterflies, snobs, dilettantes. There is some truth in that, but we also cared truly and deeply and passionately for the music, the writing, the making of subtle and important distinctions, the experience. Under the mask of elitism, I think we did exactly what a liberal education intended us to do, explore." End quote. San Francisco had become a center for the avant-garde of the nation, a countercultural movement of exploration that would help move society out of the relatively innocent and complacent era of the 1950s. Out of the San Francisco bohemian intelligentsia sprang the beat movement, which was also largely restricted to intellectuals. The new ideas and ways of thinking of the elite would later trickle down to the masses of the young generation, producing the huge, unrestricted, and international phenomenon of the hippie movement, which also had San Francisco as one of its main first centers. Thanks to the talents of Alan Watts, the Academy of Asian Studies helped effect these cultural changes. The Academy, wrote Watts in his autobiography, quote, "was one of the principal roots of what later came to be known in the early 60s as the San Francisco Renaissance, of which one must say, like St. Augustine when asked about the nature of time, I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't. I am too close to what has happened to see it in proper perspective. I only know that between, say, 1958 and 1970, a huge tide of spiritual energy in the form of poetry, music, philosophy, painting, religion, communications techniques in radio, television, and cinema, dancing, theater, and general lifestyle swept out of this city and its environs to affect America and the whole world, and that I have been intensely involved in it. It would be false modesty to say that I had little to do with it." End quote. Long before the word hippie entered our lexicon, the progressive intellectuals of San Francisco had turned away from the American dream with its ideals of family and Judeo-Christian religion. They were delving into anything that was different, drawing above all from Eastern religions. In rejecting Western morality and taking only what they wanted from the East, they were free to explore forms of debauchery, degradation, and perversion unacceptable in any civilized society, combining cultural pretensions with what Eugene would later refer to as the spirit of lawlessness. Among the most influential preachers of this new moral relativism was Alan Watts. Now a constant critic of Western religion, he advocated a new freedom from the God of the uptight Christians and Jews. And by this, he meant above all freedom from Christian sexual morality. An admitted hedonist, he claimed that the, quote, guilt imposed on people by Judeo-Christian religion was a debilitating, cramping force on the human personality and should be eradicated from Western society. From his first summer at the Academy in San Francisco, Eugene embraced the countercultural moral codes, or lack of them, of the intellectual elite, which in 30 years would become the standard morality of much of the nation. Under the influence of Watts, he rationalized this with teachings selected from Eastern religion. In a letter of 1955, he wrote, quote, "Western man is a man of anxiety and sin par excellence. He approaches God only with fear and trembling, or he makes himself a machine to produce more and thus progress to damnation. He is a man with an enormous sense of guilt. Eastern wisdom tempers my own feeling of sin. I am therefore perhaps really not to seek, quote, God. I begin to state the problem in other terms. But the fact remains, no finite goal suffices." End quote. According to Alan Watts's interpretation of Buddhist doctrines, one should not, quote, seek anything, for in seeking one loses sight of what already is. Through seeking anything, including God and salvation, one becomes conscious of oneself as the seeker, and the self is but an illusion. Furthermore, the object of the search is but an abstraction, and therefore not real either. While studying under Watts, Eugene set forth this fatalistic philosophy in a letter to a friend at Pomona. Quote, "I deny that I have ever perceived or thought through any organ whatsoever." I deny that anything I have ever perceived or thought through any organ whatsoever is, quote, non-existent. I affirm that practically everything I have ever perceived or thought is abstract, relatively unreal thereby, for the concrete is the only real, because perceived by my own abstraction-clouded senses. Anything that can be called a thing is something, but no things are really things, they are only called things. As Buddhism, the Chinese language, Ezra Pound, Ernest Fenollosa, and some modern philosophy, psychology, and semantics affirm, there is no thing in nature. Reality as things is a figment of our imaginations, and seeing reality as things is what is symbolized, I think, by the Buddhist and Christian hells. Abstraction is hell, and I hate it, and I shall not stop talking about it just because I know words are futile and will save nobody. And I will try as far as I am able, or think I am able, to stop worshipping these things, no matter how exalted a form they may take, be the abstraction God himself. Salvation is seeing things as they are, not looking at things through pink spectacles and proclaiming to all the world, "Behold, the one God is pink." Being true to oneself is abstract, is hell itself, as long as one worships it as an end, hides it in his mind's eye, and says, "This is reality." One can start with oneself as little as with God, if both are abstractions. It is waking up alone that counts, the Buddh in Buddhism. If one cannot save oneself through, quote, God, through, quote, self, through any of these abstractions, how does one save oneself? One doesn't save oneself. It's absolutely impossible and futile. If God, quote, God, feels like saving us damn sinners, he will, and there's nothing we can do about it. There is nothing, likewise, we cannot do about it. Activity is futile, but so is inactivity. End quote. If hell is nothing but a symbol for the delusion of abstraction, and if it is futile to try to, quote, do anything on the path to truth, illumination or salvation, then there is nothing to prevent one from living however one pleases. This was precisely what the ex-Christian priest Alan Watts was getting at, and to some extent practicing. Eugene, too, would follow this philosophy to its logical conclusion. Together with many of his young contemporaries, he entered upon a life of hedonism and sexual immorality. As Allison has observed, there was something of Eugene's rebellion against God in this. As he had atop Mount Baldy, Eugene was raising a challenge to God, this time by flying in the face of his laws. Compared with what went on in the San Francisco Bohemian subculture, the acts of nonconformity among Eugene's friends at Pomona were quite tame. In some letters to his Pomona friends, Eugene took on the flippant, devil-may-care attitude of a 22-year-old youth experimenting in what before had been barred to him. But this seems to have been just bravado. As he stated in later years, this was the darkest, most miserable period of his life. Forbidden deeds, he said, had disgusted him even at the time he was committing them. They would precipitate long periods of depression afterwards. In order to temporarily escape the feeling of guilt, which was actually the voice of his conscience and of God in his heart, Eugene turned more and more to the sensual diversions of fine wine, gourmet food, and sophisticated cultural entertainment. His letters to fellow members of the cultured set became filled with discussion of these three diversions, and dotted with such phrases as, "The fish is the finest I've ever had. We had a cruise Chablis at Julius's castle. 'Twas excellent and dry." But these diversions only increased his guilt, which in turn piqued his desire for more escapes, especially into drink. He purchased wine by the gallon. At one drunken revel attended by Alan Watts, he became so intoxicated that he remembered nothing of what happened that night. Even in his most intoxicated states, however, the God he had rejected as an abstraction would not leave him alone. In one letter to a friend at Pomona, which he composed while drunk, he wrote lines of devilish bravado and mischief, only to lay this game aside and ask, quote, "Do you know why I am in San Francisco? Because I wish to find out who I am and who God is. Do you wish to know these things? They are the only things I care to know." End quote. In another letter, also written while drunk, he admitted, quote, "I am certainly sick, as all men are sick who are absent from the love of God." On occasion, Eugene would seek refuge in nature, finding that walks in the woods helped him to get out of his head, away from his morbid thoughts, which included thoughts of suicide. In a letter he wrote, quote, "I find that when I, as I did yesterday, go out on a Greyhound bus to Mill Valley and spend the day hiking in Muir Woods, or, as I shall next Sunday, to climb Mount Tamalpais, I do not wish to cling to objects of my desire as I do when I walk the streets of San Francisco, or go to a movie, or eat a candy bar, and neither am I obsessed with the morbid thoughts of self-emptiness and will to suicide, which inevitably catch up with me when I think about things for very long." End quote. As Eugene related in later years, he was so miserable during this period that he began to experiment with insanity. In this, he was influenced by the existentialist writers of nihilism and the absurd, Nietzsche, Kafka, Camus, Ionesco, but also by his Eastern ideas. If, as he was taught by Watts and Buddhism, abstract thinking is delusion and knowledge is ignorance, then perhaps the breakdown of logical thought processes could end in the liberation from delusion, in a glimpse of truth. In a letter, Eugene wrote, quote, "A sense of humor, I believe, requires a high degree, or an ordinary degree, however you look at it, of sanity, which I have been losing by leaps and caterwalks in recent months. Of course, there are the kinds of insanity, the kind that's just out of contact with reality, such as the state of those who are well adjusted to our civilization, and the kind that's out of contact with both reality and our civilization, Nietzsche, divine madness, quote, possession of various sorts, etc." And in another letter, quote, "I am being obscure almost intentionally, that I may surprise myself with an unintentional turn, and in fact this is largely written to myself, and others look on at risk of incomprehension, not that I do any more, mostly, than guess. Speed, agitation, novelty are a last form of knowledge, past the time when knowledge has become ignorance, denying it, or perhaps summing up for all to see that this knowledge is precisely ignorance, dissolving thus not only it, but everything. Aren't we then in those days? Are these the signs of the times? Our time is not, quote, directionless, it is down, when so fast we cannot move, but agitate in mente. Who seeks meaning? Insanity is meaning. We are progenitors of chaos, not in the mind alone, in everything. We, of course, do nothing, but follow." End quote. At one point, Eugene explored this state so far that he began to wonder if he were the sole existent reality, imagining the external world as one creates dreams while asleep. One friend who knew Eugene well during these days has said, quote, "He was a very secretive person, and much about him remained an enigma to me. He could be almost totally non-communicative for weeks or even months at a time, and would seem to brood over some nameless terror within." End quote. Having challenged God by living in defiance of his commandments, Eugene began to experience infernal torments. He felt damnation was upon him and was filled with self-loathing. "Among the damned," he wrote in a letter, "I feel there is no hierarchy. I am not to be emulated or admired, and condemnation is just." End quote. Many years later, describing the end of his exploration and experimentation outside the will of God, he could only say, quote, "I was in hell. I know what hell is." End quote. Before this, the philosophy of Friedrich Nietzsche had only been intellectual theories to him, ideas which fueled his rebellion against civilization. Now, however, he was tasting the hellish consequences of these theories, seeing how they manifested themselves in practice. He began to understand that Nietzsche was not just a philosopher thinking out various ideas. He was more of a poet, but his poetry possessed a power that was more than human. The very writing of Thus Spake Zarathustra had something of the supernatural in it. Walking among the mountains of Switzerland, Nietzsche had been filled with an inspiration that he said had not been known since the time of the ancients. He would write huge portions hastily and in one sitting, as if they came not from himself, and he was only affixing them on paper. Calling himself, quote, "a mouthpiece or medium of an almighty power," he wrote, quote, "One hears, one does not seek. One takes, one does not ask who gives. A thought suddenly flashes up like lightning. It comes with necessity, unhesitatingly. I never had any choice in the matter." End quote. Eugene himself had a similar experience through just reading Thus Spake Zarathustra in his state of sin and despair. One day, after having spent hours reading it in the original German, he took a walk through the city. It was already evening, and the sky became blood red. As he came to a certain spot on the street, he heard Nietzsche's poetry resonating inside of him. He felt that Zarathustra had become actually alive and was speaking to him, breathing words into him. He felt the power of those words as one feels the charge of electricity, and he became terrified. It was only later that Eugene fully understood where the, quote, spirituality, the mysterious power and enthusiasm of Nietzsche's poetry came from. As noble as his original ideals may have been, Nietzsche's passionate rejection of God had opened him up to a state of partial possession, and he had indeed become, as Eugene later came to believe, a, quote, mouthpiece of infernal powers. Even while suffering in a state of living hell, Eugene, like Nietzsche, refused to turn for deliverance to the religion of his formative years, for the Christ it preached was not manly enough for him. For Eugene, the heavenly father of mainline Protestantism was rather like his own father, kind, well-meaning, but weak, ready to mold himself to people's whims, afraid of making people uncomfortable. In time, the mainline churches would so emasculate the God they worshipped that some would refuse to call him Father at all, but would refer to him as an abstract Father-Mother. Eugene had to break down the facade of this sentimental, watered-down Christianity in order that he might later acquire the fullness of the mystery of Christ, the true God who is known in pain and crucifixion. Modern American Christianity seemed phony to Eugene because there was no pain or sacrifice involved. It was all too easy. His forays into Nietzschean insanity were precisely a way of experiencing that pain. Even in the tasting of the pleasure that simultaneously repulsed him and made him hate himself, there was an element of seeking the pain out of which he could know God. "I vote for the extremes," he wrote at that time. "If surrounded by pleasure, one must inflict pain upon oneself and suffer consciously if necessary." End quote. In the same letter, he wrote lines that were to prove prophetic in his own life. Quote, "The punishment of sin is sin. Pain is the greatest blessing, for it awakens man from his self-hypnosis, the self-delusion that can take any earthly goal, be it crude, such as sex, food, comfort, or subtler, such as art, music, literature, as final. The desire for these things fails, and man becomes weary. Then he fades away, or kills himself, or he undertakes the path to deliverance, salvation. Disease, suffering, death, These are reminders, convenient reminders, that man most profoundly is not of this world. In an age of pleasure, God is seldom seen." End quote. It has been said that at the last judgment, the fire will burn those who are worthy of torment. The fire that will burn those who are worthy of torment will also illumine those who are to inherit the kingdom of God. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons why Eugene deliberately did those things by which he could experience the flames of hell. It was a twisted way of seeking the God whom he believed he could not seek. To be reminded of his presence by feeling the intense need for him, the torment and the despair which come from being separated from him. As Blessed Augustine put it in describing the dissipation of his own youth, "Safety I hated, and a way without snares, for within me was a famine, for that inward food, thyself, my God." This was a hell that Eugene wished on no one. In later life he said that certain sinful realities which he had known while being in that hell are best left unmentioned, so that they will not be put into the air. Such was his desire to bury the sinful aspect of his past that, in his later years, he did not even want anyone to see a photograph of himself from his Bohemian days, showing him sitting at a desk and wearing a goatee. When, by the grace of God, Eugene was finally transformed into a new man, the old man of sin, who had always been foreign to his soul, was dead to him forever, and he buried him gladly. The new man that he became was profoundly ashamed of what the old man had been, but this experience of hell, the moral degradation, absurdity, and despair that was rising like a wave to inundate America and the world, gave him an edge that he would use later on. Having entered more deeply than most of his contemporaries into the growing nihilism of his age, he would one day oppose it more strongly than they, for he knew its true evil. Having once stood on the vanguard of the destruction of traditional Christian society and morality, he would one day be on the vanguard of the path of return. Chapter 9. Truth above all else. Every kind of partial and transitory disequilibrium must, perforce, contribute towards the great equilibrium of the whole, and nothing can ultimately prevail against the power of truth. René Guénon. Citing the words of Confucius, Eugene once asked, "Shall I teach you what knowledge is? When you know a thing, hold that you know it. When you do not know a thing, allow that you do not know it. This is knowledge." As Allison has observed, quote, "Eugene knew himself. He recognized his limitations completely, much more than other people." End quote. Despite the intellectual elitism of his youth, Eugene was the first to admit that everything he had ever learned with his mind meant nothing beside true wisdom, what he called the, quote, vision of the nature of things. In an essay for a philosophy class at Pomona, he had written, quote, "The author of this paper confesses himself unenlightened by such metaphysical knowledge. The nature of things is non-intellectible in essence, can never be known by the intellect. Some other relationship, then, is wanting between the individual and this, quote, reality. What must it be? Feeling? Intuition? What? We cannot say." End quote. At the Academy, which had a large collection of books on religious philosophy, Eugene took the opportunity to make a careful study of the works of various metaphysicians, endeavoring to learn what they had to say of the way to true wisdom, though fully realizing that such study was a poor substitute for that wisdom itself. Evelyn Underhill, Ernest Fenollosa, and other writers interested him and gave him food for thought, but one in particular stood high above the rest. This was the French metaphysician René Guénon, who had died in Cairo when Eugene had been a junior in high school. Quote, "I read and studied with eagerness all his books that I could get hold of," Eugene recalled later. Some books he was able to find in English translation, others he read in the original French. Alan Watts was also familiar with Guénon's work, and had mentioned him briefly in The Supreme Identity. But for Watts, Guénon was just one thinker among many whose ideas might be taken into consideration. For Eugene, he became much more, a single vantage point from which he could view the myriad fruits of man's immemorial search for meaning. The influence of Guénon on Eugene's spiritual development can hardly be underestimated. All the other writers whose works he pondered in his early days, including Nietzsche and Watts, represented only passing phases for him, but Guénon actually formed him for life. Without Guénon to help him take a crucial step at this juncture, his spiritual growth might have been stunted irrevocably. In a letter he wrote many years later to another seeker interested in Guénon, Eugene was to tell what precisely Guénon did for him. Quote, "It so happens that René Guénon was the chief influence in the formation of my own intellectual outlook, quite apart from the question of Orthodox Christianity. It was René Guénon who taught me to seek and love the truth above all else, and to be unsatisfied with anything else." Guénon, who believed that an intellectual elite was needed to restore the true metaphysical knowledge to the West, could hardly help Eugene overcome his elitism. Since his approach was exclusively intellectual, his teachings were incapable of morally regenerating Eugene, of releasing him from his hell, and of opening him to the fullness of the truth he sought. Guénon was, however, the first one to set him on the path toward this truth, showing him the way of true philosophy. It could be said that Guénon's works were to Eugene what the written exhortations of Cicero had been to the young Augustine, who said that by these exhortations he had been, quote, "strongly roused and kindled and inflamed to love and seek and obtain and hold and embrace, not this or that sect, but wisdom itself, whatever it were." After encountering Guénon, Eugene was never to be the same, never to see things in the same way. From now on, whether reading, listening to music, looking at art and architecture, or just observing life around him, he was to do this with the aim of seeing how each thing related to transcendent and timeless truth. Guénon was like Watts in pointing out the problems of Western civilization, but he looked at these problems far more deeply than Watts. Whereas Watts was always trying to show how everything Western was inferior to what was in the East, Guénon demonstrated that the problem lay not in the West itself, but in the modernist spirit that had taken over the West. Whereas Watts was first of all a critic of the West, Guénon was first of all a critic of modernity. In Guénon's writings, Eugene found things he had always felt without being able to quite understand, having never had a clear perspective on them. He had always felt there was something wrong with the modern world, but since that was the only world he had known directly, he had had nothing by which to judge this matter, and had thus been inclined to think there was something wrong with himself. Guénon taught him that it was in fact not him, but the modern world that was abnormal. Through Guénon, Eugene was introduced to an outlook completely at odds with the spirit of his times and with the modern philosophies he had previously studied. Reading Guénon's works for the first time, he noted in a letter, "My schooling for 16 years has taught me to think hazily. In the presence of such clear thinking, I scarcely know what to do." In essence, Guénon convinced him that the upholding of ancient tradition was valid and not just a sign of being unenlightened, as the modernists would claim. Whereas the modern mentality viewed all things in terms of historical progress, Guénon viewed them in terms of historical disintegration. According to the spirit of the times, the newer a thing is, the better it is. According to Guénon, it is apt to be better if it is older. Guénon indicated that modern Western society is based on a rejection of the traditional spirit of ancient cultures. He said that it is only through a return to the traditional lowercase o orthodox forms of the major world religions, either Eastern or Western, that man can even begin to come once more into contact with truth. As it is, without a traditional worldview to bring all into a coherent whole, modern life becomes fragmented, disordered, confused, and the modern world heads toward catastrophe. In his book, The Reign of Quantity, and the Signs of the Times, Guénon explained how the elimination of traditional spiritual principles has led to a drastic degeneration of humanity. He showed how modern science, with its tendency to reduce everything to an exclusively quantitative level, has corrupted man's conception of true knowledge and confined his vision to what is temporal and material. As we have seen in his freshman year at Pomona, Eugene had trusted the modern scientific outlook, for lack of anything better, he had said. With his study of Guénon, this was to change completely. He was still to regard modern science as a way to knowledge, but now he saw this as knowledge of the lowest commonest sort. Guénon wrote elsewhere that, quote, "In attempting to reduce everything to the stature of man taken as an end in himself, modern civilization has sunk stage by stage to a level of his lowest elements and aims at little more than satisfying the needs inherent in the material side of his nature." End quote. Trying to fill in the gap that science and materialism have left in the modern age, quote, "Pseudo-religions have sprung up, but in their confusion of psychic with spiritual reality, they have only further obscured the truth." Viewing this downward trend according to the eschatologies of traditional religions, Guénon wrote, quote, "Whereas the modern world considered in itself is an anomaly and even a sort of monstrosity, it is no less true that, when viewed in relation to the whole historical cycle of which it is a part, it corresponds exactly to the conditions pertaining to a certain phase of that cycle, the phase which the Hindu tradition specifies as the final period of the Kali Yuga." End quote. According to Guénon's reading of the Hindu tradition, then, the modern world is now at the end of the fourth and last stage of the Manvantara time cycle, the Kali Yuga or Dark Age. Guénon wrote that since the beginning of the Kali Yuga, the truths which formerly lay within reach of all mankind have become more and more hidden and difficult to approach. Those who have access to them grow gradually fewer and fewer. Such words must have had a tremendous effect on Eugene when he first read them. They were enough to provide a precise explanation of his own experience. Why the truth had always seemed hidden from him. Why he had always been looking for something more. Why he had felt out of place amidst modern civilization and technology. Guénon, having been raised as a French Catholic, saw the doctrine of the Kali Yuga in the light of Christian teaching. The degeneration and departure from the truths of the ancients, as foretold in Hindu eschatology, was equated to the Christian concept of the apostasy. The cataclysm and destruction of the present world, which will mark the end of the Kali Yuga, was equated with the apocalypse. All this, Guénon remarked, quote, "should be viewed such as it is, not only without optimism, but also without pessimism, since the end of the old world will be the beginning of a new one." End quote. In Guénon's view, this new world, described in ancient Sanskrit texts, will be the fulfillment of the biblical promise of a new heaven and a new earth, a reality entirely different from the existing one. Finally, Guénon saw the deceptions and delusions characteristic of the last phase of the Kali Yuga as being those of the Antichrist. The modern partisans of progress, Guénon asserted, are deluded in expecting a golden age to dawn within the present time cycle. Their error, he wrote, in its most extreme form will be that of the Antichrist himself, when he claims to bring the golden age into being through the reign of the counter-tradition, and when he even gives it an appearance of authenticity, purely deceitful and ephemeral though it be, by means of a counterfeit of the traditional idea of the sanctum regnum. Unlike Watts, Guénon had no axe to grind with Christianity, seeing it as the authentic spiritual tradition of the West. It was only Protestantism and other modernistic deviations from traditional Christianity that Guénon did not accept. Actually, Guénon wrote, religion being essentially a form of tradition, the anti-traditional spirit cannot help being anti-religious. It begins by denaturing religion and ends by suppressing it altogether, wherever it is able to do so. Protestantism is illogical from the fact that, while doing its utmost to humanize religion, it nevertheless permits the survival, at least theoretically, of a suprahuman element, namely revelation. It hesitates to drive negation to its logical conclusion, but by exposing revelation to all the discussions which follow in the wake of purely human interpretations, it does in fact reduce it to practically nothing. It is natural that Protestantism, animated as it is by a spirit of negation, should have given birth to that dissolving criticism which, in the hands of so-called historians of religion, has become a weapon of offense against all religion. In this way, while affecting not to recognize any authority except that of the Scriptures, it has itself contributed in large measure to the destruction of that very same authority, of the minimum of tradition, that is to say, which it still affected to retain. Once launched, the revolt against the traditional outlook could not be arrested in mid-course." End quote. This sober view of Protestantism, of course, brought Eugene much closer to the truth than did the blanket repudiation of Christianity that he had encountered in Nietzsche and, to a lesser degree, in Watts. According to Eugene's own testimony, Guénon helped determine the course of his study. "Through Guénon's influence," Eugene wrote, "I studied the ancient Chinese language and resolved to do for the Chinese spiritual tradition what he had done for the Hindu." Guénon, who had made a broad study of the Hindu tradition with the aim of making it for the first time known in the West in an authentic form, had not done the same with the Chinese tradition. Quote, "I only went deeper into the Chinese tradition," Eugene wrote, because no one had yet presented it in the West from the fully traditional point of view." End quote. In connection with his interest in Zen, Eugene had been involved somewhat in Chinese studies before he had ever encountered Guénon's writings. But it was Guénon who set for him a definite objective in his studies, a goal that spurred him on. Toward the end of his life, Eugene explained why he was drawn more to the Chinese tradition than to the East Indian tradition. Quote, "My Chinese professor once told me that the Indian mind is quite different from the Chinese mind. The Indians are up in the heavens, seeking Brahma, spiritual experiences, and so on, while the Chinese are always right down to earth. That's why I liked them from the beginning. Although it is also very spiritual in a way, the basic Chinese culture never loses track of the present reality." End quote. We can see something of the character of Eugene's practical mother, and through her, of his grandfather, the struggling stumpland farmer, in this inclination of his toward the down-to-earth. It was this inclination that later helped him get a grip on realistic Christian spirituality and to avoid spiritual self-persuasion. But there was another special reason why Eugene was attracted to Chinese culture: the Tao Te Ching of Lao Tzu. This classic work of Chinese philosophy from the 6th century BC impressed him so much that he desired to read it in its original language and tap its meaning. Quote, "It is so profound one can get lost in it," he said. As he explained in later years, according to Lao Tzu's philosophy, quote, "The center of the universe is Tao, the path of life." End quote. This path, way, or ordering principle of nature, like him who fashioned nature, is characterized by simplicity and humility. In this, as well as in its precepts which closely approximate those of Christ, note, as just one example, Lao Tzu said, quote, "The sage, in order to be above the people, must speak as though he were lower than the people. In order to guide them, he must put himself behind them." This brings to mind Christ's words, "Whosoever will be great among you, let him be your minister, and whosoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant." Back to the text. and in its reticence in speaking of that which is not yet known. The Tao Te Ching is a foreshadowing of what would later be revealed through Christ. Since the Tao Te Ching contains in itself no supernatural revelation, it cannot be really called mystical. Quote, "Some people think it's very mystical," Eugene later said. "I think it's more on a natural level." It may be, however, said to represent the epitome of what a human being can know without direct revelation, that is, through the apprehension of universal principles as manifested in nature, in the divinely created order. For Eugene, who like Kirillov did not yet know that he believed in Christian revelation, the Tao Te Ching was thus the best possibility open to him, and he endeavored to take full advantage of it. Chapter 10. Two Teachers. Truth is the object of philosophy, but not always of philosophers. John Churton Collins. While attending summer courses at the Academy in 1955, Eugene had been taken by a Zen priest to see the various temples, both Buddhist and Shinto, in the Japanese quarter of the city. After this, he had begun to turn his attention to other forms of Buddhism besides Zen. One, the Jode Shinshu branch, with its devotion to the Amida Buddha as the personification of divine compassion. Two, the esoteric Shingon and Tendai branches with their highly complicated metaphysic. And three, the exclusive Nichiren branch, founded in the 12th century by a persecuted Japanese monk who called Zen the spawn of demons and emphasized the doctrine of Mappo, or last times. And finally, 4, Tibetan Buddhism. About Eugene's interest in the latter, one of his classmates at the Academy has said, quote, "Eugene found Tibetan iconography, the paintings, not the statues — Eugene never liked any kind of sculptured images — aesthetically very pleasing, especially the designs and color combinations. He was also fascinated by the various phenomena of Tibetan spirituality and asceticism, such as levitation, teleportation, the creation and manifestation of thought forms, and the ability of Tibetan ascetics to spend hours in prayer and meditation outside in freezing temperatures. His interest in the Tibetan Book of the Dead was considerable. This describes the journey of the soul after death on the so-called Bardo plane. For the Tibetan Buddhist, this of course involves reincarnation, and one may observe that Eugene was very much concerned with reincarnation at one time. This remained a subject to which he gave much thought, but regarding which he was never very communicative." End quote. According to the same classmate, Hindu metaphysics, the focus of Guénon's inquiries, quote, "had a profound attraction for Eugene, although he did not find the gods of the Hindu pantheon at all appealing, but only interesting as allegories indicative of certain happenings within the human psyche. Nor did he much care for Hindu religious art. Two aspects of Hinduism which particularly interested him were, one, the Hindu ideal and reality of the holy man or holy ascetic, who was often a lone wanderer, although sometimes a dweller in an ashram, and two, the Hindu concept of the Kali Yuga. Over and above Buddhism and Hinduism, Eugene had a profound interest in Taoism, its holy book, the Tao Te Ching, and its author, Lao Tzu. The latter was for Eugene a kind of prototype of the holy sage or ascetic, the hermit who retires to a mountain retreat to become one with the Tao and cultivate perfect harmony with nature." End quote. In his study of comparative traditions, Eugene took several philosophy courses given by Alan Watts and invariably received high marks from him. But after a while, his estimation of this talented lecturer and writer began to change. Having been taught by Guénon to seek truth above all else, Eugene came to see that Watts, despite Watts's own pronouncements, did not share this aim. At base, this ex-Anglican priest wanted a religion that he could be comfortable with, that promised him spiritual benefits while allowing him to do basically whatever he wanted. And he used his very able mind to both formulate and justify this amorphous religion. Zen, with its aversion to dogma, proved malleable in his hands. In January of 1957, Eugene wrote in a letter, quote, "I am taking Alan Watts's course in Zen, after reading his new book on the subject from manuscript copy. All right, but I wonder why he must continue to attack Catholic Christianity even on the side." End quote. While Guénon had attempted to study Eastern religions within their own context, Watts seemed to be trying to make them digestible to Westerners. The, quote, Buddhism he espoused as a remedy for the spiritual malaise of the West was thus an inauthentic, synthesized expression of that tradition, streamlined to cater to the modern mentality of self-worship. A friend of Eugene has written, quote, "As for Alan Watts, his lasting influence on Eugene was, as far as I can tell, all but non-existent, although Eugene was at one time impressed with two of his books, namely The Supreme Identity and Myth and Ritual in Christianity." To be sure, Watts could be intellectually stimulating, but in the end, I think that Eugene saw in Watts nothing more than what Watts was, a charming, witty, and curiously fascinating Englishman, an armchair Buddhist, as Eugene once termed him. Watts himself admitted to being a charlatan and claimed to be nothing other than a philosophical entertainer, though he said this with a twinkle in his eye that made one imagine that there was something else to him. He did not accept the disciplines of the Eastern religions he was espousing, and argued with Zen masters and swamis who told him what their religions demanded. In 1960, 3 years after Eugene had left the academy and Watts had embarked on his solo career, Eugene observed in his journal, quote, "Watts's philosophy is a justification of a naturalistic hedonism, however refined. It exploits the doctrines of numerous religions to do this, denying them when he sees fit, judging everything by his own hedonistic standards. This is dishonest. If he wishes to cite religious doctrines, he should take them in context and should take all of them. By picking and choosing, he makes it obvious that he does not take them seriously. They are toys for him, for he is God. He joins the ranks of the pseudo-religious preachers." End quote. During the years of Eugene's association with him, Watts still carried the air of a respectable English gentleman and scholar. In the 1960s, however, with the mushrooming interest in Eastern religions among Westerners, he took on a new hip persona and rose to national fame as a pop hero of the young generation. He was, writes his biographer, one of the first in America to affect the Christ beard, to wear sandals and an old kimono, to be an advocate of free love and free wine and free spirit and now, which he called Zen Buddhism. Thousands upon thousands of these youths began to buy Watts's books to try to understand what this erudite man was communicating about the Western world and how it could be adapted by the West. End quote. Watts was dubbed the chief guru of the counterculture. By the early 1970s, Watts was reaping the fruits of what Eugene had seen a decade earlier. Although thousands still regarded him as an Eastern spiritual master, he ended his days frustrated and cynical, an alcoholic who admitted, quote, "I don't like myself when I am sober," end quote. After Watts's death in 1974, Eugene mentioned him in a lecture, remembering the striking impression Watts had first made on him. Quote, "Looking back, it is obvious that he had simply caught the right wavelength, followed it all the way and made his career out of it, made lots of money and attracted many followers. Some of what he taught was true, especially about what is wrong with contemporary civilization, but he gave only some pitifully small shred of truth combined with a lot of his own opinions, and in the end, a great system of lies. And he destroyed souls, including his own undoubtedly." End quote. Having decided on Chinese philosophy as the focus of his study, Eugene knew he needed an authentic teacher. Referring to the interpretation of ancient texts, he once said, quote, "You have to have it personally given to you by your teacher. The Chinese don't accept the idea of just reading in books. You have books, but only the teacher can give you the teaching in the books." End quote. While Watts was obviously not the teacher he was looking for, Eugene did find a genuine representative of the Chinese spiritual tradition in the person of a Chinese Taoist scholar named Yiming Xian. In 1953, Yiming had come to teach at the same Academy of Asian Studies. In Eugene's words, Yiming knew, quote, "more about Chinese philosophy than probably anyone in the country, and studied with real philosophers and sages in China," end quote. Among these sages were Zhuyang Qingwu and Ma Yefu. He had spent some years in a Taoist monastery in China and had been healed of tuberculosis through Taoist prayer and meditation combined with breathing exercises as directed by Taoist monks. When Mao Zedong's revolt occurred, Yiming's family, being of the aristocracy, was dispossessed. Together with China's greatest scholars and thinkers, Yiming fled to central China, where the communists had not yet reached. Although these scholars were able to take few books with them, they had precisely memorized the Chinese classics. In the city of Chongqing, they formed a makeshift university, where Yiming Xian served as professor of philosophy and authored 3 books in Chinese. In 1945, the communists took over Chongqing. The university was closed, and Yiming left the country, going first to Japan and then to the United States. In 1948, he received a master's degree from Haverford College in Pennsylvania, and for a few years he taught philosophy in Pennsylvania and New York. One of Eugene's friends recalls, quote, "Yiming Xian had a speech impediment, a cleft palate, I believe, which made him very difficult to understand in Chinese, not to mention English, which he spoke very poorly. Eugene loved him for his genuineness as a person and his Taoist wisdom, and regarded him as something of a saint." Eugene himself said that in meeting and studying with this representative of the Chinese tradition, he, quote, "understood full well what Guénon means by the difference between such authentic teachers and the mere professors who teach in universities," end quote. In later life, while remembering the people he had known during his early years, Eugene spoke of no one more highly than he did Yiming Xian. It was under Yiming that Eugene began to learn the language of ancient China, as René Guénon's influence had prompted him to do. He found that this language, although it did not possess what we call grammar, was perhaps the most perfectly constructed language in the world. He worked closely with Yiming to translate the Tao Te Ching into English from the ancient original text. He took copious notes on the meaning of each word, drawing on the ancient commentaries that Yiming knew so well. Their collaboration was a happy one, for while Yiming was transmitting the true meaning of the text to Eugene, Eugene was helping Yiming to find the most precise English words to capture the meaning. Eugene's notes for Yiming's Chinese philosophy classes at the Academy stand in marked contrast to those he took during Watts's courses. While Watts stood outside the traditions and commented on them, inserting his own opinions at every turn, Yiming stood within his tradition and passed on the straight teaching of the ancient schools. Thus, even when discussing the greatest philosophical questions mankind has ever asked, he did so with refreshing simplicity. Especially when discussing the Confucianists and Neo-Confucianists, he brought one down to earth with a sense of one's duty and goal as a human being, teaching a philosophy of basic goodness, faithfulness, honesty, and love. In telling the Academy students of the ancient Chinese approach to learning as elucidated in the writings of Confucius and Sun Tzu, Yiming said, "What a man is his learning, not what he has. It is his wisdom, not his knowledge. What a man is revealed in his personal manner. The manner is not important in itself, but as it reveals the man." Quote, "The end of learning is to be a good man. Of primary importance in this is a teacher and friend, since the goal of education is not concepts, but personal change of character. In The Teacher and Friend is a living personal example. Only a spirit can influence a spirit." End quote. Passing on the ancient Chinese teaching on love, Giming said, quote, "To complete one's person, one must first love others. Love of others brings peace. Lack of love brings disharmony. A peaceful mind may perfect the person." End quote. What Giming said of marital relationships is especially timely today. The love between husband and wife, he taught, quote, "excludes the love of others if respect does not underlie affection. Desire makes one approach. Respect keeps them apart. The union of the two is affection or love which abides. Respect is the regulating force of love." End quote. Reading what Giming wrote and taught, one is struck at how little his approach resembles that of today's gurus, who are supposed to represent the wisdom of the East. In transmitting the living tradition of ancient Chinese philosophy, Giming was much more like the philosophers of ancient Greece, whose teachings helped to prepare mankind for the fullness of God's revelation that was to come with Jesus Christ. Giming himself frequently pointed out how the ancient Greek and Chinese philosophers were basically alike in their view of the universe. He likened the Tao of Lao Tzu's philosophy to the One of Parmenides, the absolute goodness of Plato, and the unmoved mover of Aristotle. According to Chinese Taoist philosophy, Giming wrote, "The Tao, or the One, is prior to all things, and from the Tao, or One, all things derive their order. We may say, therefore, that the Tao, or the One, like substance, or God, postulated by Greek philosophers, produces all things." In his classes, Giming also indicated how, in the ancient cultures of both Greece and China, political theory was closely connected with metaphysics, how in both cultures the state was to be modeled after the, quote, image of heaven. In later years, Eugene noted, quote, "In the history of ancient China, there are moments when it is absolutely incredible how the same things happened in Chinese life as happened in the West, even though there were no outward connection between the two civilizations. The first of the Greek philosophers, Thales and so forth, lived about the 6th century BC, just about the time Confucius was in China and Buddha was in India. It is as though there really was a spirit of the times." End quote. Like Genan, Giming emphasized the contrast not between East and West, but between ancient and modern. He wrote, quote, "The main difference between the ancient Chinese and Greek thinkers on the one hand and the modern scientists on the other is that the former operated from the point of view of the whole, treating nature as integral, reaching a view of the whole, or simplicity, whereas the latter start with particulars and derive definitions and laws by way of induction or generalization." End quote. This was the subject of a paper Eugene wrote at the end of 1956, Conceptions of Relativity, Contemporary and Traditional. In the first part, Eugene made a thoroughgoing critique of modern science, partly drawing from Guénon, but mostly setting forth the results of his own research and thought. In the second part, he compared the modern scientific conception of relativity with the traditional Chinese conception of it as found in Lao Tzu. In essence, Eugene stated that while modern science is correct in claiming that the things of the sensible world are relative and transient, it is gravely wrong in assuming that the realm of the senses encompasses all reality, and thus that all things are relative. Ancient Chinese philosophy, while acknowledging the fleetingness of the objects of human perception, still recognizes the existence of a higher reality beyond what we see. In another paper entitled Some Observations on Jung and Eastern Thought, Eugene pointed out the error of trying to assimilate traditional philosophies into modern modes of thinking which are not applicable to them. The results of Swiss psychologist Carl Jung's attempt To fit Eastern thought into his own psychological system, Eugene stated, has been, quote, a total misunderstanding on his part of the true nature of Chinese and Indian doctrines, end quote. Eugene showed that Jung, quote, refuses to meet a metaphysical text on his own grounds, end quote, as Guénon had done, and that he, quote, reads no Oriental language and has never undergone any thorough training in Oriental philosophy, end quote, as Eugene himself was undertaking to do. By quoting him extensively, Eugene revealed Jung's pride and lack of philosophical integrity, so foreign to the humility and honesty of a true representative of Oriental wisdom such as Guiming Xian. At the end of the paper, Eugene exposed Jung's psychological system as another of the pseudo-religions which, according to Guénon, were a sign of the times. It is interesting that Eugene wrote this paper for the last course he was to take from Alan Watts, who happened to be a great admirer of Jung. Within a year after leaving the academy, Watts was to meet the aging psychologist in Zurich, where Jung asked him if he knew any words from the Oriental religions that might correspond with his own psychological terminology. In Alan Watts's comparative religion class, Eugene had heard Taoism exalted and Confucianism treated with condescension. From Guiming, however, he learned of the fundamental unity of the Chinese schools. There is a oneness of tradition, Eugene was to explain later, even though it is expressed in different forms. Scholars like to take things apart, and therefore they say that in China there are all kinds of different philosophies: Confucianism, Taoism, ancestor worship, worship of gods and spirits, as well as various other philosophies. My teacher, Guiming Xian, however, was very insistent that it is all one. In fact, there is a very strong idea in the Chinese mind of orthodoxy, that there is a right teaching, and that the whole society depends on that right teaching. This orthodoxy is expressed in different forms. My teacher made it quite clear that Taoism is the esoteric side, and Confucianism is the more social side. Taoism has to do with spiritual life, and Confucianism with social public life. End quote. A student from the academy recalls that Guiming Xian was definitely a Taoist and a Confucianist, and not a Buddhist. This might have been because Confucianism and Taoism were indigenous to China and thus entirely of the Chinese tradition, whereas Buddhism was a foreign element, having been introduced at least 7 centuries later from India. While studying under Guiming, Eugene's early infatuation with Zen Buddhism began to wane. In May of 1957, Eugene wrote, "I have found Zen incredibly dull compared with the richness of the early classics, Taoism and Confucius. Zen is so awfully wordy and so unprimordial." End quote. Guiming also taught Eugene an important lesson in the reconstruction of history. As Eugene related, my Chinese professor told me that whenever there is a conflict between archaeology and written texts, human beings must believe the written texts, because archaeology is only ground and your opinions and interpretations, while the written texts are other human beings whom you have to trust. This is the basic Chinese attitude. End quote. In an essay that Eugene edited and typed for him, Guiming wrote, quote, "Some contemporary Chinese scholars derive their evidence not from the classical books themselves, but from archaeological excavations, from the inscriptions of the ancient bronze vessels. Accepting this evidence, these scholars are at one time in doubt of the existence of the Yin dynasty, and believe the documents relating to it in the classical books to be spurious. When, however, in 1928 they did discover some inscribed vessels of the Yin dynasty from the excavation of Yin Xiu, they were forced to recognize once again the existence of the Yin dynasty." End quote. Guiming had no part in the textual criticisms and unnecessary arguments of modern scholars, either within China or outside of it. Such scholars, he wrote, quote, devoted their entire lives to criticism of the classical Chinese texts, trying to prove which were genuine classical texts and which were spurious, and even which passages within a given text were genuine and which not, and attempting to identify the authors of these. As a result, they simply disregarded the meaning and value of classical books. I am a student of Chinese philosophy, and it is my belief that I must rely upon the Chinese traditional viewpoint, rather than follow the newly invented and untraditional arguments of modern scholars. To do the latter would result in depriving Chinese philosophy of all criteria of meaning and value. It would end in a state of confusion leading nowhere." End quote. As can be guessed from his background, Giming Xian was vehemently anti-communist. In an article entitled "Traditional Wisdom and Revolutionary Philosophy in Contemporary China," he wrote, quote, "According to the communists, the principle that promotes society is the fighting of classes. The evolution or progress of a society, or human beings in general, depends on the level of this fight, and therefore the Chinese communists teach to hate instead of love. But this opposes itself fundamentally to the nature of the Chinese populace. According to Chinese philosophy, the progress of a society is based on love for fellow man, because it is only possible to attain peace in the world by means of love, whereas the fight of the classes and hatred among men is the fount of evil and war." End quote. Giming told Eugene that communism would be the death of the Chinese spiritual teaching, by which he probably meant those teachings native to China of which he was a carrier. Eugene shared Giming's view of communism, seeing it as a kind of ruthlessly enforced materialism aimed at eradicating man's longing for higher spiritual reality. He had not yet, however, found anything that could withstand such an unprecedented onslaught of the anti-religious spirit. A humble man, Giming Xian never became well known as a teacher, writer, or philosopher. As a genuine teacher who failed from a worldly point of view, he stood in direct contrast to Watts, a pretender who became enormously successful. Eugene chose the former, and the world ran after the latter. Chapter 11. In Sight of Home. To the superficial and the guilty, it is more comfortable to bathe in the shallow pool of human thought than in the dangerous depths of Christ. St. Nikolai Velimirovich. Although Buddhism remained the major religion of interest to the progressive intelligentsia of San Francisco, the Academy of Asian Studies attracted young intellectuals on a variety of other spiritual paths. Through these people and his own studies, Eugene was exposed to almost all the traditions possible and to their most esoteric aspects. Eugene became friends with a student of the Academy who was of Orthodox Jewish background, and through him deepened his understanding of the Hasidic tradition. He began to read the works of the traditional Jewish philosopher Martin Buber. About Buber's book, The Eclipse of God, he wrote, "From the point of view assumed, it seems an accurate description of modernism, or at least of this phase of it." He liked Buber's I and Thou, but above all he was impressed with his Baal Shem, the story of the founder of the mystical Hasidic sect of Judaism in Poland, as well as with Buber's translations of Hasidic spiritual anecdotes and writings. One East Indian writer on Hinduism whom Eugene respected was Ananda Kumaraswamy, a friend of Guénon, curator of Indian art at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts and interpreter of common metaphysical principles behind world art. It seems the only Hindu center Eugene visited was the Vedanta temple, which was under the aegis of the Vedanta societies founded by Swami Vivekananda around 1900. Through his reading of Guénon and other sources, however, Eugene was soon to recognize that Vivekananda's westernized Vedanta was another modern pseudo-religion. Some students whom Eugene met leaned towards Sufism, the mystical branch of Islam. Eugene, who otherwise had little or no interest in Islam, was fascinated by the Sufi practice of reciting the 99 divine names of Allah. Through Guénon's influence, Eugene had come to appreciate Christianity as one of the authentic ancient traditions, though he still viewed Protestantism as outside of this, being an anti-tradition. One of Eugene's favorite authors was Max Picard, a Swiss Jewish convert to Roman Catholicism, who viewed the modern world in ways similar to Guénon. Eugene's library included Picard's books The Flight from God, Hitler in Ourselves, and The Human Face. From among the divergent spiritual currents examined by the Academy students, Christian mysticism was not omitted. Eugene knew at least 2 students who were involved in Eastern Orthodox Christian spirituality. One of them, Chrysostom, was of Bulgarian and Croatian descent and had been baptized into the Orthodox Church as an infant. A middle-aged man with Slavic features, a soft, generous heart, and an intense, charismatic personality, Lovejeff had acquired a devoted following among the inmates of San Quentin prison, where he taught school and organized courses on comparative religion. On at least one occasion, he took Eugene and other friends at the academy to visit the prison with him. Some years later, Lovejeff was dubbed the Christ of San Quentin. In Eldridge Cleaver's popular book of social protest, Soul on Ice. Lovejeff was also mentioned in Alan Watts's autobiography, In My Own Way. Although he considered himself something of a disciple of Alan Watts, his spiritual path was of his own devising, drawing from many different traditions, but mostly from Christianity. His interest in Eastern Christianity centered largely on the philosophy of Nicholas Berdyaev, a modern Russian religious thinker who took pride in his liberal and nonconformist approach to his faith. The other Academy student who was involved in Eastern Orthodoxy was Eugene's roommate, John. A convert to the Orthodox faith, John attended various Russian Orthodox churches in San Francisco. Unlike Christ Lovejeff, he was concentrating on the traditional texts of Eastern Orthodox Christianity. He introduced Eugene to the Philokalia, a compilation of writings by the early fathers and ascetics on the spiritual life, as well as to The Way of a Pilgrim, an account of a 19th century Russian pilgrim's experience of prayer. Eugene's first reaction was to note the outward similarity between the Jesus prayer described in the Philokalia and the Shinshu Buddhist prayer to the Amida Buddha called the Recitation of the Divine Name. His understanding of Eastern Christian spirituality may not have gone much deeper than that at first, but at least he now knew that the religion of his native culture, Christianity, had something comparable to what he once thought he had to look to other religions to find. Eugene's appreciation for the mystical depth of Christianity was further increased by a book published in English only a few years before he had come to San Francisco, The Transcendent Unity of Religions, by the French-Swiss thinker Frithjof Schuon. At one time, Schuon had been a follower of Guénon. It seems that Guénon had known little about Eastern Orthodox Christianity, which has been aptly called the world's best-kept secret, a saying attributed to Saint Nikolai Velimirovich. A coming generation later, Schuon had acquired considerable knowledge of its most exalted spirituality, and led Eugene to view it as the purest form of the Christian tradition. Like Eugene at this time, Schuon knew of Christianity as an outsider, as one still too wise and prudent to see the secret things revealed to babes. Eugene had the acuteness to benefit from Schuon's knowledge, even though he had not yet the experience to see through his shortcomings. It was John who first prompted Eugene to attend an Eastern Orthodox church service. "You're interested in Eastern religions," John said. "You should look into the Eastern side of Christianity." At John's recommendation, Eugene went first to the Cathedral of the Russian Orthodox Church abroad in the heart of San Francisco, dedicated to the icon of the Mother of God, joy of all who sorrow. Having formerly been an Episcopal church, the cathedral had tall stained glass windows in front and along the walls. Its vaulted ceiling had been made from boards taken from old sailing vessels, and indeed, standing beneath its arches, one felt as if one were inside some great ark. Eugene arrived at the cathedral in time for the Vespers service. Red oil lamps flickered before a gold iconostasis, illumining holy images of Christ and his mother. From the left side of the cathedral and from the choir loft came beautiful antiphonal singing in a language foreign to Eugene's ear. On a small platform in the middle of the nave stood a crippled, bent-over old man with a white beard in purple vestments. This was Archbishop Tikhon Troitsky. Totally immersed in the service, he kept his eyes closed in a state of utmost attention. Whenever he would open them, they would be stern and command complete alertness from those who served with him. The small figure of Archbishop Tikhon made a tremendous impression on Eugene. Perhaps Eugene saw even then that he was not just performing according to a carefully choreographed ritual, but was in a state of deep prayer. What Eugene did not know then was that Archbishop Tikhon had been a man of prayer all his life, having received his spiritual training from the God-illumined Elder Gabriel of Kazan and Pskov in Russia. In his small quarters attached to the cathedral, Archbishop Tikhon spent more time in prayer than anything else, and would keep vigil whole nights through. In the cathedral, the intensity of all that was happening around him touched the soul of Eugene, this seemingly incidental visitor. He witnessed the beauty of the traditional art and music, but even more, he sensed the fulfillment of his longing to leave this world, since what he had beheld was otherworldly. The transition from the bustling metropolis of San Francisco to the heavenly radiance and peace of the service was not unlike the joyful transition into eternal rest that Bach had described in Ich habe genug. 2 decades later, Eugene described his first experience of orthodoxy. Quote, "For years in my studies I was satisfied with being above all traditions, but somehow faithful to them. When I visited an Orthodox church, it was only in order to view another tradition, knowing that Guénon, or one of his disciples, had described Orthodoxy as being the most authentic of Christian traditions. However, when I had entered an Orthodox church for the first time, a Russian church in San Francisco, something happened to me that I had not experienced in any Buddhist or other Eastern temple. Something in my heart said that this was my home, that all my search was over. I didn't really know what this meant because the service was quite strange to me and in a foreign language. I began to attend Orthodox services more frequently, gradually learning its language and customs, but still keeping all my basic Guénonian ideas about the authentic spiritual traditions. After his first experience of an Orthodox service, Eugene attended services in a number of Orthodox churches. Above all, he was attracted to the Russian tradition. In San Francisco, 3 overlapping jurisdictions of the Russian Orthodox Church were represented: the Russian Church abroad, the American Metropolia, and the Moscow Patriarchate. Eugene went to services in the churches of all 3. In 1957, Eugene was profoundly moved while attending the Holy Week and Pascha Easter services in the various Russian churches in San Francisco, especially in the Holy Trinity Cathedral of the American Metropolia. At that time, the Metropolia's ruling hierarch in San Francisco was Bishop John Shehovsky. A highly regarded and influential church figure, Bishop John had grown up as a prince in pre-revolutionary Russia. He was a tonsured monk on Mount Athos, Greece, in 1926, and served as the dean of St. Vladimir's Seminary in New York before being appointed Bishop of San Francisco and Western America in 1950. Describing the Good Friday services in Bishop John's Cathedral, Eugene wrote, "Good Friday was solemn. In the evening there was a solemn procession of the shroud of Christ, taken from the coffin inside, over which the service for the dead was chanted, and the bell tolled sadly as the procession proceeded around the church. The solemnity of this service only served to highlight the joy, that was felt in the same cathedral on the feast of Christ's resurrection. As Eugene wrote, "I have never seen a happier man than Bishop John on Easter Eve as he walked through the congregation, radiantly chanting, 'Christos Voskreσε,' Christ is risen, nor a more together people than those who answered, 'Voistino Voskreσε,' truly he is risen." Every day of the week is a feast day. In Russia, the bells ring all day, every day. Eugene's experience in the Russian cathedrals, both of Archbishop Tikhon and of Bishop John, did not bring about an immediate change in him. A seed had been planted, one that would grow inside of him and later transform him into a new being. Almost 3 years would pass between his first entrance into an Orthodox cathedral and the time when he would come to know him who was depicted in the cathedral's icon. In an essay he wrote in 1957, we find Eugene trying to reconcile in his mind what he had already been told by his heart. Entitled Pseudo-Religion and the Modern Age, the essay began by reviewing the teachings of Theosophism, Westernized Vedanta, and, quote, New Thought, and concluded that these examples of pseudo-religion, with their hostility to orthodoxy, their implicit worship of the ego, and their twisted interpretations of Eastern thought, were laying a foundation for the counter-tradition of Antichrist. Especially relevant to Eugene's spiritual development is a section called The Subversion of Traditional Christianity. Here, Eugene stated that in the Roman Catholic Church, religious forms had been partially emptied of their inner dimension, and thus the Church had to fall back on its purely external, formal dimension. The Church, he wrote, has continued to exist until the present in a state of decay, yet has still retained its traditional forms. Now, however, a new and more formidable attack is being made on it. The object of this subversion is to make Christianity into another pseudo-tradition capable of being added to the growing modern synthesis of ideas. The syncretist spirit of the age will not allow the particularist claims of the Church, but insists that it be broadened to satisfy the new conscience of mankind. As against this, Eugene upheld the narrowness of Christianity as being expedient for the Western mentality, since it limits any elements which are not immediately conducive to salvation. Christianity, he wrote, was established precisely to conform to this narrowness of the Western mind and mold upon its limitations a means of salvation suitable to Western man. The latter, in rejecting Christianity, has denied salvation for himself and thus played his own nature false. Eugene himself was neither rejecting Christianity nor adhering to its particularist claims, that is, its insistence on one divine incarnation, one way to salvation, etc., although he stated that these claims were expedient for the salvation of Western man, he, a Western man, felt above them. Eugene had come across this way of thinking in the same book that had deepened his respect for Orthodox Christianity, Frithjof Schwann's The Transcendent Unity of Religions. Schwann, although he had broken with René Guénon over irreconcilable differences, adhered to Guénon's belief that no one authentic tradition is necessarily superior to another. He took up where Guénon left off, but despite his broader knowledge of Orthodox Christianity, it may be said that he went in the wrong direction. Whereas Guénon had striven primarily to return the West to traditional metaphysical principles and to a correct understanding of Eastern doctrines, Schwann went much further in developing a new religious outlook and teaching, one in which the aspects of various traditions were systematically explained and interpreted according to the a priori notion that they are all one on an esoteric level. Note: on October 9, 1950, Guénon wrote from Cairo about the Sufi tariqa that Schwann had formed around himself. Quote, I see now that I was only too right when I said that soon it would not be a tariqa at all anymore, but a vaguely universalist organization, more or less like that of the disciples of Vivekananda." End quote. On September 18th of the same year, Guénon wrote, "I am not surprised, for, from a technical viewpoint, the ignorance of all these people, beginning with Schuon himself, is truly frightening." End quote. Back to the text. Where is it? Oh, I lost it. Okay. In Schuon, Guénon's intellectual elitism reached a phenomenal degree by being given a more thoroughly articulate religious application. Quote, "For the mass of mankind," Schuon stated, "there is nothing better than the ordinary path of salvation." End quote. For highly intelligent beings like himself, however, Schuon said there is another way, quote, "transcending all traditions, dissolving a traditional viewpoint in order to reabsorb it according to one's esoteric interpretations." Schuon claimed this right for, quote, "those men who have been endowed by God with the quality of intelligence in a transcendent degree," end quote. He attempted to show how naive, illogical, and erroneous were the particularist views of traditional religious adherents, especially Christians, and at the same time said it was, quote, "providential" and, quote, "necessary" for them to have these views. The religious outlook formulated by Schuon is inviting to those who are both highly intelligent and who have never known what it means to be fully within a living tradition. Eugene fit both categories. In his essay on pseudo-religions, he looked with hope to the, quote, "appearance of a universal orthodoxy, the demonstration of the true and transcendent unity of religions." He stated that this movement transcends all traditions, though it denies none, and he contrasted it with the syncretism of the pseudo-religions. At the end of his essay, Eugene discussed the destination of modern intellectual and religious currents, the reign of Antichrist. He wrote, quote, "If the psychic is equated with the spiritual, as in his total ignorance of both modern man has done, then science and pseudo-spirituality unite, and spiritual truths become scientific facts. Science, with its new and higher knowledge of the spiritual realm, will possess a tyranny over men hitherto undreamt of. It will be absolute lord in a world completely closed off from the reality transcending it, and attack will be futile, for science itself will possess the supreme weapon, quote unquote, God. The mastermind superintending this activity is none other than that of Satan, the adversary, the ape of God, who shall rule over his perfected kingdom in the person of Antichrist. The Antichrist will be irresistible because he is good and beneficent. The Antichrist himself, the personification of the opposing forces of Satan, will be the supreme problem solver of the age, with a ready answer to all its weighty and seemingly insoluble problems, and mankind, completely ensnared by the reasonableness and egocentricity, and seeking ever for the light, will readily flock to him who offers the only solution. Allison has said that, quote, Eugene recognized the existence of evil and error before he recognized the existence of good and truth. End quote. Through Nietzsche, he had felt the infernal spirit of Antichrist and had known its power. Through Guénon, he had seen this power at work in the modern world, preventing man from attaining a higher spiritual reality by subverting the traditions by which he can attain to it, keeping him ensnared in materialism and psychism, which masquerade as spirituality. He saw modern man in the midst of political tension and spiritual famine, expecting the coming of the problem solver. For Eugene, the Antichrist was a reality, and from this he came to an inevitable conclusion. Quote,
When I knew the Antichrist must exist, he once said, I knew that he whom the Antichrist opposes also must exist. I knew that the Christ must exist. End quote. But again, although he had knowledge and understanding, he did not yet have the experience of Christ. Once he had traveled this far, however, the experience was not long in coming. Chapter 12. Dead End. The great city is the center of the flight. The streets resemble pipes into which men are sucked. A few trees have been dragged along with the men into the city. These stand fearfully on the edge of the street. They no longer know their way back into the countryside, and they try, slowly, to grow downward through the asphalt and to disappear. Max Picard, The Flight from God. I was becoming more miserable, and thou nearer. Thy right hand was continually ready to pluck me out of the mire and to wash me thoroughly, and I knew it not. The Confessions of Blessed Augustine. At the end of 1956, the Academy of Asian Studies was in crisis. Despite the higher aspirations of both its students and its faculty, its board of directors was trying to transform it, in Eugene's words, quote, into a dull, respectable graduate school for manufacturing degrees. Alan Watts, after a public duel with the chairman of the board, resigned from his position as dean, though he continued to teach at the academy for another semester. The chairman threatened to remove other members of the faculty, among whom was Giming Xian. The new dean, Ernest Egerton Wood, was an elderly theosophist. At one time a candidate for the president of the Theosophical Society, he had lived for 38 years in India and had authored about 20 books on Asian affairs, some of which had been published by the Society. Amidst the students at the academy, however, he was something of a dinosaur, part of a dying breed of Western Orientalists that was totally out of touch with the spiritual seekers of the new generation. As Eugene noted, quote, he gives lectures on Emerson as unifier of East and West in the theosophical vein, and his students in the Indian Theosophical Department are little old ladies who come to the academy when there is no seance or spiritualistic meeting elsewhere, end quote. It was perhaps no coincidence that Eugene's main term paper from this time, Pseudo-Religion and the Modern Age, began with an exposure of theosophism as a spiritual fraud. If the academy survives, Eugene wrote in his letters, it will be as a pseudo-Indian establishment. Now it is officially an institution of specialists, which it cannot be, since Berkeley is so much better at it. I will stay as long as Giming is there, but he is very discouraged about it himself, end quote. In the spring of 1957, Giming left the academy and Eugene followed him. A year or so later, the College of the Pacific severed its connection with it, and, in the words of Alan Watts, the project faded into dismal obscurity. Eugene was now a college student without a college. He could not cease studying Chinese philosophy at an American university if a traditional teacher like Giming were not there to teach it. I will stay with my Chinese professor, he wrote, the only Chinese scholar known to me, present or past, qualified to teach Chinese philosophy. Eugene wrote to his former Chinese language instructor at Pomona, Shu Yi Chen, asking if there were any teaching positions available for Giming in Pomona's philosophy-religion department, but was regretfully told there were none. Giming now became a private tutor in San Francisco, and Eugene became his main pupil. Eugene assisted him in translating, editing, and typing his works in English. Among these was a unique exegesis on China's oldest written document, the Book of Changes, in which Giming showed how the stages in the historical development of this book perfectly express the essence of Chinese culture in each age, revealing how a civilization moves from a state of innocence through increasing levels of corruption. In the fall of 1957, while still studying with Guiming in San Francisco, Eugene enrolled in the University of California at Berkeley in order to complete his master's degree in Oriental languages. The city of Berkeley was located on the other side of the San Francisco Bay. Its university, the hub of the University of California system, was commonly called Cal. With over 20,000 students, Cal was many times larger than Pomona. Whereas Pomona had more of a community atmosphere, Cal was much more cosmopolitan and institutionalized, its students much more anonymous. And whereas Pomona, having been founded by Congregationalists, had as its motto, quote, to uphold Christian civilization, Cal, being state-run, had a prevalent sense of humanistic skepticism toward religion. Cal had a good program for the study of Oriental languages, but perhaps its greatest asset for a graduate student like Eugene was its library, which, as we have said, had the greatest collection of Asian texts in the country. Eugene did not go to Cal to study Chinese philosophy, which he believed he could not be adequately taught there. His aim was only to master the language of ancient China in order to use this as a tool by which to present, in the spirit of Guénon, the essence of Chinese philosophy to the West. During the course of his work at Berkeley, Eugene also studied Japanese, Latin, Classical Greek, and Sanskrit. Since the Oriental Languages Department offered no instruction in Sanskrit, Eugene proceeded to learn it on his own, an undertaking which some people in the department thought was remarkable. In 1958, Eugene took a class on Chinese poetry, for which he produced some beautiful translations of early Chinese verse. He liked the instructor of this class, Professor Shi Xiang Chen, whom he said had a genuine feeling for Chinese literature and, quote, does not try to make of it something more than it is. Compared with Guiming Xian's approach to China, however, Eugene found the approach of the other Berkeley sinology professors to be what he called sheer boredom. Quote, if China is all they make it out to be, he wrote, I cannot see how they can survive the prospect themselves. But they do, and they even become passionate and original over it, though, of course, the passion is contrived and the originality very dim-witted. Fortunately, my earnest study lies outside of ours. End quote. In the middle of 1958, Guiming left for New York, where he had lived before, leaving Eugene without an instructor for his earnest philosophical studies. I am still in the very early elementary stages of Chinese philosophy, too, Eugene noted regretfully. In New York, Guiming joined the faculty of the proposed East-West Institute. At first, he wrote optimistic letters to Eugene about his new position, but after some months it became apparent that this new institute was not suited for him. Eugene continued to edit and type Guiming's manuscripts from afar, and kept him informed on the progress he was making in ancient Chinese at the University of California. In November of 1958, he received from Guiming the following letter. Dear Eugene, I am more than happy to hear from you and learn that you took 5 courses at the UC this fall, and that they were rather more interesting than the courses you took last academic year. All the courses you are taking at the UC this year, in my opinion, are useful insofar as the Chinese language is concerned. They will make you a master of Chinese language. Of course, language is just the means, not the end. However, without the means, the end cannot be achieved. If one wishes to know the underlying meaning of the philosophy of the classics, the commentaries as given by the Neo-Confucianists in the Sung and Ming dynasties are very important, as these commentaries were directed to the underlying meaning of the words. It is nice to hear that Mr. Chen has personal feelings for Chinese poetry and culture, rather than merely knowledge stored up in his head. I have not yet met him. I hope I shall see him someday. Regarding the East-West Institute, if it is opened, I do not think it is a good place for me, as the courses are so mixed up. There are courses in cooking and dancing, etc. I do not think it is a good sign for the future. So, up to now, besides my reading, I am still looking for a position for next year. With best wishes, your friend in Tao, Yiming. Meanwhile, having been shown through Guénon that the modern world was nothing less than a, quote, monstrosity, Eugene was finding it increasingly intolerable to live in what he called, quote, the insanity, the hell of modern life, end quote. In defiance of the artificial, concrete world of modern civilization, he deliberately did not obtain a driver's license. He avoided riding buses, but consented to ride on trains. Mostly, he walked from place to place in the city. He loathed television as a conformer of innumerable human minds with the one abnormal mind of the age. Any opinion that was considered popular was regarded with suspicion, if not outright disdain by him. He was especially intolerant of what he called Lucies, people of the shallow herd mentality who have nothing to say and yet are always talking. To him, a Lucy was epitomized by a person who interrupts a classroom discussion to expound on his or her own boring opinions, forcing everyone else out of politeness to listen and to take into consideration all kinds of inanities. Democracy, he said, is government according to the opinions of Lucies. To escape from modern society, Eugene had identified himself with society's discontents, but now that was proving to be a dead end also. The counterculture of his generation, he perceived, was just another modern fashion, more a product and symptom of modern civilization than a viable alternative to it. Thus, he was feeling estranged not only from society, but from those who had themselves rebelled against it. It is rather interesting, he wrote, to observe the different levels of social life in San Francisco, from the disreputable to the very fashionable, and the different ways in which one can be disreputable or fashionable, all of which exist side by side, virtually unaware of each other's existence. I am rather puzzled as to which level I am supposed to belong to." End quote. By 1958, the Beat movement had reached its peak, restlessly trying to extend art, music, and literature to more free-form expression and espousing, in the words of its founder Jack Kerouac, mystical detachment and relaxation of social and sexual tensions. Poets and jazz musicians began to congregate in the North Beach area of San Francisco. Eugene went there, but was unimpressed. Quote, "We attended a Beat Generation party recently," he wrote in a letter. "Rather dull, with bongo drums, or whatever they're called, and Herb Caen." With his background in classical music, Eugene had no tolerance for jazz. On one occasion, Eugene met Jack Kerouac himself, who 10 years earlier had given the Beat Generation its name. Quote, "Like we were a generation of furtives," Kerouac had said in those days. Quote, "with a kind of beatness, a weariness with all the forms, all the conventions of the world. So I guess you might say we're a beat generation." End quote. Like Eugene, Kerouac had a strong Christian conscience and felt miserable trying to live outside the will of God. Like him also, he had a brief liaison with Buddhism, but found it powerless to cauterize the wounds of his soul. Eugene also met Gary Snyder, the Zen hero of Kerouac's book Dharma Bums, who was a personal friend of Alan Watts and visited the Academy several times. As one Beat historian has written, quote, "Kerouac's portrayal of Snyder's values and lifestyle became a blueprint for the hippie culture a decade later." End quote. As soon as the Beat movement became popularized, tourists and onlookers began to flock to North Beach, trying to catch sight of a real beatnik. The place became inhabited, in Eugene's words, by bearded, belligerent boys who have suddenly discovered they are a beat and all the rage. Meanwhile, the real beatniks like Kerouac, those aging veterans of its endless meandering surge, found their untamed energy being replaced by stagnation and despair. Life could not be imbued with meaning simply by the attempt to live it to its fullest. Eugene, of course, could identify with Kerouac's weariness with the world, his searching, and the high value he placed on suffering. "I was born to suffer," Kerouac had said. But He also came to see that that kind of suffering and searching, having no aim except to perpetuate itself, was self-absorbed and self-destructive. In a letter from that time, Eugene wrote, "The beat generation seems pretty well beaten." But the values of the beat generation did not die. In the words of Kerouac, the bop visions became common property of the commercial, popular cultural world. The ingestion of drugs became official, tranquilizers and the rest, and even the clothes style of the beat hipsters carried over to the new rock and roll youth, and the beat generation, though dead, was resurrected and justified. As part of the spiritual quest inaugurated by the beat movement, hallucinogenic drugs began to be utilized for their supposedly spiritual value. Their first exponent had been Aldous Huxley, author of Brave New World, who in 1953 had published The Doors of Perception, about his psychedelic experiences with mescaline. Their second main popularizer was an old friend of Huxley's, none other than Alan Watts. In 1958, a year after leaving his position at the Academy of Asian Studies, Watts took the synthetic drug LSD as part of a controlled experiment at the University of California, Los Angeles. He went on to take the drug several more times, and in 1962 wrote a book on his supposedly mystical experiences through LSD, The Joyous Cosmology. In light of what Eugene observed about the difference between Chinese and Indian traditions, it is noteworthy that Watts wrote of these experiences, quote, "Oddly, considering my absorption in Zen at the time, the flavor of these experiences was Hindu rather than Chinese. Somehow the atmosphere of Hindu mythology and imagery slid into them." During the same year of 1962, Watts received a 2-year travel and study fellowship from Harvard University, where he became acquainted with Harvard professor Timothy Leary. Leary took LSD for the first time in 1962 and went on to advocate psychedelic experience as a new world religion. Although Watts, in his own words, dismayed to see Timothy converting himself into a popular storefront messiah with his name in lights, he himself had already done much to attract the young generation to hallucinogens with the promise of attaining mystical enlightenment. Eugene read The Doors of Perception, and after examining Huxley's psychedelic experiences, he noted, quote, "The drug increases sensitivity, not consciousness, or only very secondarily. It causes a change in perception, in subjective state, not a change in being, which is what religion wishes." In the very first years of LSD experimentation, almost a decade before it was outlawed, one of Eugene's friends, Eric, tried to persuade him to try it. "This young man," Eugene recalls, "a typical religious searcher, told me, 'No matter what you might say of the dangers of drugs, you must admit that anything is better than everyday American life, which is spiritually dead.' I disagreed, since even then I was beginning to glimpse that spiritual life spreads in 2 directions. It can lead one higher than this everyday life of corruption, but it can also lead one lower and bring about a literal spiritual as well as physical death. He went his own way, and before he was 30 years old, he was a wreck of an old man, his mind ruined, and any search for reality abandoned." End quote. Eric, through his chemically enhanced search, had within a few years reached a state toward which the society as a whole, through a more gradual process, was headed. Eugene himself had taken part in the early stages of that countercultural movement, which, far from arresting this progress of society, had done much to speed it up. At the end of the age he lived in, Eugene saw a dead end, madness and dissolution. One day he wrote, quote, "We know too much to see that winter is the only season, because it is now and always. The city, though unavoidable, is still a barbarizing machine. But despite the city, it is still our blindness. It was inevitable that the earth be paved and man dehumanized. But woe to them through whom these evils come. It is truly ironic that no one believes in damnation anymore, and even more so that everyone looks to the future. It is interesting, too, that our imagination is so narrowed that we can imagine nothing more, quote, horrible than a Brave New World or 1984 or an atomic war. We must have much to learn who have forgotten so much. O brave new dead end. End quote. Beyond the dead end of the modern world, Eugene saw hell and damnation. Yet, despite his rejection of this world, he was still part of it, still ensnared in its creeping despair. The exit, however, had been with him all along. Not many years later, having recognized it at last, he was to write, "Christ is the only exit from this world. All other exits, sexual rapture, political utopia, economic independence, are all but blind alleys in which rot the corpses of the many that have tried them." Chapter 13. The Truth as Person. No one has rightly sought the truth who has not encountered, at the end of this search, whether to accept or reject him, our Lord Jesus Christ, the way, the truth, and the life, truth that stands against the world and is a reproach to all worldliness. Eugene Rose. Sometimes God sends me moments in which I am utterly at peace. In those moments, I have constructed for myself a creed in which everything is clear and holy for me. Here it is: to believe that there is nothing more beautiful, more profound, more sympathetic, more reasonable, more manly, more perfect than the Savior. And not only is there nothing, but I tell myself with jealous love that there never could be. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Many Eastern religions are fine as far as they go, but only Christianity can open heaven to you. Father Seraphim Rose. Throughout his search, Eugene had continued to attend services in the Orthodox churches of the city. Describing what he experienced there, he wrote, "Still, in the deadness of the city there is a spark of sobernost, togetherness, community." As we have seen, after attending the Holy Week and Pascha celebrations in a Russian cathedral in 1957, he said that he had never seen such a joy and togetherness in people. After this, he concluded, the outside world is dreary indeed. Everywhere people are only pieces, fragments of a broken whole. One realizes this too intensely after such a Holy Week. Eugene himself was one of those fragments, part of the outside world, that could only look in, not fully sharing in the joy and the oneness. His long years of desperation, alienation, and suffering, however, had been preparing him for the time when he would at last enter in. When conversion does take place, he said in later years, the process of revelation occurs in a very simple way. A person is in need, he suffers, and then somehow the outer world opens up. The more you are in suffering and difficulties and are desperate for God, the more he is going to come to your aid, reveal who he is, and show you the way to get out. Eugene had been running from God for so long, Allison has said, and the more he had sinned against him, the harder God had pursued him. Finally, he could run no longer and surrendered. Now, even while languishing in the depths of hell, Eugene dared to turn and call out to him against whom he had rebelled. Striving to tame his rebellious spirit with acceptance and humility, he wrote in a pivotal passage dated February 28, 1959, quote, "What suffering God has not reserved for man in this age? As though man had not suffered enough already throughout all the ages. No, it is simply that man has not realized the presence of God in his suffering. God is allowing man to suffer now without revealing himself as the cause of that suffering. He wishes man to be reduced to the very utmost of despair. What a cruel God this must be! No, it is the infinite and incalculable love of God that makes him allow us so much suffering. Man had thought himself sufficient, and even now we, think we can escape our destiny by our own efforts. Escape, that is our only thought. To escape from the insanity, the hell of modern life is all we wish, but we cannot escape. We must go through this hell and accept it, knowing it is the love of God that causes our suffering. What terrible anguish to suffer so, not knowing why, indeed, thinking there is no reason. The reason is God's love. Do we see it blazing in the darkness? We are blind. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners. For the first time, the works of Dostoevsky, which Allison had once told him to read, began to strike Eugene with their full spiritual power. All of modern man's great existential dilemmas had been dealt with by Dostoevsky, who provided answers which confounded human thought, coming as they did from the gospel of Christ. And in the character of Ivan in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, Eugene saw the man whom he himself had been all these years, an overly intellectual Western man who tries to understand everything with his mind, and therefore ends in doubting in atheism. In a short piece he wrote entitled An Answer to Ivan, Eugene attempted to answer Ivan's doubts, at the same time answering the doubts of his own old man. Quote, once one has risen to the level of doubting, two paths open up to him. The path of questioning, of doubting, of trying to understand until one ends in doubting everything, destroyed by doubt, or else giving oneself over to some false science that explains, i.e., explains away the irreconcilable paradoxes of our existence, or the path of acceptance and prayer, accepting even the doubt without contriving more than one's immediate experience gives one legitimately to doubt, praying to be given yet more to try and test us, crying for more life, more to accept and weep over, accepting and praying in the midst of doubt, knowing that the way of doubt has as many pitfalls as the way of easy acceptance. For everyone who rationalizes away the suffering of living, the hedonists, the philosophers, those who simply don't care, there is at least one who falls into these pitfalls of doubt, who drives himself to doubt more than he really existentially doubts, who explains away the other side of the paradox of human life, the real goodness and penitence and the very pity that drives him to doubt in the first place, as cheaply as the false comforters whom he hates explain away the suffering and sin and evil. For we have entered the time of the last doubt, the final and greatest of all, the doubt of everything, the denial of all coherence, the abandonment of this attempt to make sense of the world and human life. But the man of this last doubt, in the end, falls into the same pit as the false comforters, those who explain away suffering. For both have thought too much, have tried too hard to make sense, to explain life. The one explains it too easily, the other finds the lack of explanation perhaps too easy. But both trust the mind. Both think that life should make sense, should be explained, and that if I, a normal questioning man, can or cannot make sense of it, then that is all that is needful. O proud and vain man, you can make no sense, no real sense of life until you have lived it far more deeply than your mere doubt reveals. You have gone deeper, it is true, than the false comforters. You have refused to be satisfied with the obvious hypocrisy that shields us from the intolerable suffering of our fellow man. But you too, in your turn, have stopped at the very threshold of the mystery of life. You are at a standstill because you have approached the mystery of existence with the mind, with questions and demands for explanation, whereas it can be approached only through prostration, humility, prayer, and acceptance. Accept all. Take all into yourself, all that is given you. If you do not do this, if you shield yourself from one's smallest bit of suffering so as to take refuge in the rational attitude of doubt, then the fault lies in yourself, and the world fails to make sense precisely because you, who look at it, make no sense. You are foul and constantly contradict yourself, yet you expect to see the world pure and making sense. End quote. For years, Eugene had suffered because the truth had eluded him. He had sought the truth above all else, and had sought it with his mind. Through Western philosophy, through Guénon's metaphysics, through Eastern religions, even through trying to sidestep logical thought processes with his mind. Now, as his first-hand experience of orthodoxy began to work in his soul, he began to realize that the truth was not at all what he had thought it to be, and that he had been using altogether the wrong tool to find it. With my exposure to orthodoxy and to Orthodox people, he recalled later, a new idea began to enter my awareness, that truth was not just an abstract idea sought and known by the mind, but was something personal, even a person sought and loved by the heart. And that is how I met Christ. End quote. While under the influence of Alan Watts and Eastern religion, Eugene had thought that the principle of a personal God was unworthy of the absolute, a product of people's minds, and that beyond this was the impersonal capital S self. With his new awareness, however, he found that the exact reverse was true. The belief in an impersonal deity was a kind of spiritual immaturity, as he said, and that beyond this was the creator of the universe who had revealed himself as a personal absolute, whose name is I Am. The truth Eugene had always sought was indeed a person. He who said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And in the words of Dostoevsky, how beautiful and profound, how manly was that truth. Blessed Augustine, in seeking the truth like Eugene, had once asked, is truth, therefore, nothing because it is not diffused through space finite or infinite? And the truth answered him from afar, yet verily, I am that I am. Beholding the glory of him who is truth, Augustine could only utter, O truth, who art eternity, and love, who art truth, and eternity, who art love. This truth had descended to earth and taken flesh in order that man, that Eugene himself, could be with him. In the words of Saint Ephraim the Syrian, truth came down into the womb, came forth from it, and cast man's sin aside. Now, in order to know the truth, Eugene had to enter into a personal relationship with him, to repent of his sins and purify himself of all uncleanness, and to love him with all his being. In his journal, Eugene wrote, Our age has been taught to believe in nothing higher than the human mind and in the ideas of that mind. That is why the conflicts of our day are, quote, ideological, and why truth is not in them. For truth is only in living communion with living truth, Christ. Apart from him there is no life, no truth. In other notes, Eugene expressed himself even more strongly. The truth is Jesus Christ, the God-man. Error is to deny this truth, which is simply to wish oneself to be as God. All who are not with him are against him, for he is truth, and the truth of all that is and of our deepest being. And whoever denies that denies all. Indifference is error. The indifferent one has chosen not to accept him. When we were in true submission to him, the truth dwells in us. Many influences had brought Eugene to the threshold of truth. Bach with his elevating Christian music, Guénon with his emphasis on the necessity of ancient tradition and his critique of modernity. But it was Orthodoxy, being the fullness of Christianity, that alone brought him into contact with the fullness of truth, the undistorted image of Jesus Christ. Nothing else had satisfied him, but when he had first encountered Orthodoxy personally, his heart had immediately said, "This is home," even though it took his mind some time to respond. Toward the end of his life, Eugene asked, "Is there a special organ for receiving revelation from God?" Yes, in a certain sense, there is such an organ, though usually we close it and do not let it open up. God's revelation is given to something called a loving heart. It is not, first of all, miracles which reveal God to men, but something about God that is revealed to a heart that is ready for it. This is what is meant by a burning heart. With some people, conversion is connected with a certain dramatic moment, but such was not the case with Eugene. His conversion was more of a gradual awakening to what God had already planted in his heart. Many years later, writing to a spiritual seeker interested in René Guénon, Eugene wrote, "I am now grateful that my approach to Orthodoxy took several years and had nothing of emotional excitement about it. That was Guénon's influence again, and it helped me to go deeper into Orthodoxy without the ups and downs that some converts encounter when they are not too ready for something as deep as Orthodoxy." Even in the slow, undramatic process of his conversion, Eugene was to reach a dimension unfathomed by Guénon. According to one biographer, Guénon could not bring himself to accept that the highest form of knowledge was to be obtained by the union of the mind and the feelings, the union of the intellect with love. This being so, he insisted on following his lonely path of pure intellectual intuition. This tendency had eventually led Guénon to enter a contemplative Sufi tariqah, but his conversion had hardly been what Eugene experienced. Quote, "Contrary to what is usually considered a conversion," Guénon wrote, "there is nothing in it which implies superiority in itself of one tradition over another, but simply what one might call reasons of spiritual convenience, which again is something quite other than an individual preference." End quote. What was there in Eugene that enabled him to acquire that which other penetrating intellectuals like Guénon and Chouan could not? A friend who knew him for many years has provided this answer. Quote, "He was very intelligent, such a genius that few people saw him for what he was. But at the same time, he was very simple, not complicated at all, rather like his father and mother. He could see things exactly the way they were. He was down to earth and a warm, honest person." In keeping with the gradual nature of his conversion, this side of Eugene was not fully seen until some years later, when it was cultivated by fellowship with other Orthodox Christians. On returning to Christianity, he remained silent, mulling it over. There still remained on him layers of bitterness and sophisticated defenses which he had acquired from his years in the world. The darkness of Ivan Karamazov's great existential doubt still bothered him. He was still in what Blessed Augustine, speaking of the gradual process of his own conversion, had called that doubtful state of faith. Now, however, Eugene could see a light of joy and hope at the end of a dark tunnel, and he could not but follow it to the end. It was as if he heard the voice that Augustine had heard when he had first perceived himself far from God. Quote, "I am the food of grown men. Grow, and thou shalt feed upon me." End quote. Yet more would Eugene have to suffer. But now, as the new idea of truth as person began to be experienced by him as a living reality, that suffering had meaning. "The suffering of the world," Eugene wrote, quote, "makes sense, but in no way that can be experienced in words. Its sense must be lived, not spoken about." End quote. Whereas Eugene's former suffering had been enveloped in an atmosphere of uncertainty and despair, his new suffering had in it an air of hope. The new suffering was the agony of repentance, and as such it carried with it the hope of redemption. Now that Eugene was finally turning to God, he had to begin the painful process of breaking with his former self and drawing closer to the truth as person. In the words of Russian spiritual writer Saint Theophan the Recluse, which Eugene was to translate into English in his later years, quote, "It is something painful, but it saves. It is inevitable that whoever has not experienced such a painful break has not yet begun to live through repentance. It is impossible for a person to begin cleansing himself in everything without having gone through this crucible." End quote. As a Christian, Eugene continued to despise the modern world and hoped for nothing from it. He wanted only to escape it. In some ways, he felt even more estranged from the Christianity he had been raised in, for while that Christianity was at home in the world, his was radically otherworldly. He had finally found the designation of man's existence, and it was this: to live eternally in another world, united with Christ in his kingdom. Eugene's was an ascetic faith. He wanted a Christianity that emphasized not earthly consolation and benefits, but rather heavenly redemption through intense suffering on earth. No other kind rang true to him who had suffered so much. Only a God who allowed his children to be perfected for heaven through suffering, and who himself set the example by coming to a life of suffering, only such a God was capable of drawing the afflicted world to himself, and was worthy to be worshipped by the highest spiritual faculties of man. Before, Eugene had denied the existence of a God who enjoyed sticking pins in people. Now he confirmed his faith in him who, while allowing suffering in the world, had himself taken on suffering far greater than that of his creation. Again, addressing the doubter in the person of Ivan Karamazov, he wrote, quote, "And the God-man, who alone of all suffered as an absolute innocent, do you look for an explanation from him? His explanation is his life. Look at it. We all deserve what we suffer, or at least should look on it with gladness as an opportunity to live more deeply and approach our fellow man and our God more closely. But Jesus Christ did not deserve to suffer. He had no cause to, for he was innocent, and he had nothing to learn, nothing to gain from suffering. His was a purely gratuitous act, such as we cannot even imagine. And he suffered as we cannot imagine anyone suffering, for he alone did not flee pity or the suffering of men. He offered himself no false consolation, no easy escape such as we use every day. He alone lived to the full all the pain and sorrow of which man is capable. And so, he knows how it is with us. We know existence is suffering, and we know that our God loves us, and for this love suffered even more immensely, intensely than the greatest saint. We know this, and yet we presume to doubt, to offer our petty questioning of the meaning of it all. O vile man, accept it and suffer more, and pray to God. Pray for no object, for no cause. Merely give your heartfelt prayers and tears to him. He knows the why of it. He knows all. One evening, as Eugene was walking along a San Francisco street, he suddenly came upon the same spot where he had once felt the infernal power of Nietzsche's poetry speaking within him, and had known in that instant the horrors of hell. Just as at that former time there was now a sunset on the horizon. This time, however, Eugene thought on how he lived during the sunset of Christianity, and he was reminded of how he too had crucified Christ with his sins. He marveled that God should have shown his mercy and revealed himself to one so sinful. The more lowly and vile he felt, the more he was ennobled and uplifted by the grandeur and beauty of the God who yet loved him. When Eugene had stood on this spot before, he had heard the voice of the satanic prophet Nietzsche, who, in response to the suffering and loneliness in the world, had raised a fist to God. Now, Eugene heard a different voice, that of the Russian prophet Dostoevsky, who, in response to the same suffering, had taught that one should fall to the earth in repentance, thankfulness, and awe before the Creator, realizing it was one's own sins that increased the world's sufferings. Having striven to throw off the doubts of Ivan, Eugene followed the example of the other Karamazov brother, Alyosha. Prostrating himself before his Lord Jesus Christ on the darkening San Francisco street, Eugene wept with repentance and contrition. And that concludes the first part of Father Seraphim Rose, his life and works. I hope you've been enjoying listening so far, and look forward to much more to come. God bless.